Reunion 1. Suzaku, Bai Yen pinches her eldest's nose before turning to the Phoenix woman. I will be leaving the four of you in charge of the demon realm while we're away. If anything happens, contact me immediately, understand? She and Suzaku have a contract in their bodies, so passing on the message would be as simple as a will of their mind. Don't worry, mistress, I will be here in the demon realm until your return. Nodding in confirmation, the Phoenix gives off an air of confidence and reliability. Holding the twins with both hands, Bai Yen led the way in front. We're leaving, I'll take you two to meet your grandchiefess. It's another year of plentiful blossoming for the peach trees on the island where Bai Yen once called her home of the Holy Land. It's beautiful and serene here, but not all was as it may seem from the surface. Standing on the edge of the lake surrounding the island, several disciples of this great power curiously voiced their opinion as they took in this sight. I didn't expect such beautiful scenery to be in the Holy Land, but why is such a good place not being used by the little princess? Chu-ee, can it be, this is where the Lord's deceased wife once lived? Another disciple to one side immediately sent a look at this ignorant peer of hers as she shot the theory down. You are new, so it's normal that you don't know. However, there are some things you must not spout without the pertinent details. Senior Sister Zhang Yun, does that mean you know about the Holy Island secret? The girl in pink turned her head to look at the older female disciple known as Zhang Yun, her bright green eyes curious and nosy. That is, of course. It is said that the master of this island is the strongest person of the human world, and she's also the apprentice of the three great elders. Even the Holy Lord and Princess are extremely fond of her, making her position within the Holy Land equivalent to the Holy Lord himself. Zhang Yun crosses her arms around the chest and gloats her chin high like some superior lecturing their subordinates. Such a person is one that we should all aspire to be. Sadly, I'm afraid even meeting that person would be impossible. The pink girl popped her mouth into a round shape at this incredible story. But I have been in the Holy Land for nearly 2 years, why have I never seen her? Is she not coming back to the Holy Land? Who knows? Zhang Yun shook her head. I heard that she married and followed her husband to some far-off place. The three great elders believe she would return soon though, that's why we're all cleaning the Holy Land of late. But isn't the Holy Island's owner the strongest person in the human world already? What man can win her heart? The pink girl sways her hip left and right like an innocent maiden that's captivated by this wondrous story. If I were her, I would rather be on my own since I already have such strength. It wouldn't sit well with me to be overshadowed by a man when I can clearly be at the forefront. Don't mess around, that kind of thinking is best kept to yourself. Zhang Yun hurriedly pulled her peer over and cusped her running mouth so other unrelated disciples wouldn't hear. Before I was only a disciple at the outer ring, that's why I never got to meet that incredible woman. But her deeds and achievements, just listening to some of the stories from the older seniors would get my heart burning with excitement. And guess what, I heard she already has a son before coming to the Holy Land. Reunion 2. The pink girl grew more surprised, her eyes full of amazement due to the overflowing flood of curiosity. What kind of child would an incredible woman like that produce? Excuse me, that's when a voice suddenly cuts their conversation short from mid-air. Is Chu-ee at the Holy Land? After hearing this sentence, the disciples present all stopped in their word and promptly looked up into the sky where they completely lost their breath at that mesmerizing figure. Beautiful. So beautiful. They have never seen such a beautiful woman, so that's the only thing going through their minds. Normally such an outstanding contour would incur the ire of the same sex, especially among the female side. In this case, they could do nothing but stare in awe at that divine creation. She's currently training in the back mountain. Zhang Yun came back to her senses first due to her experience and answered Bai Yan's question. That's great, said the demon queen with a smile, I'll wait for her on the Holy Island. Xiaofan, Ling Yan, Jin Tian, let's go. As soon as she stated this, the woman carried her kids and descended to the island at the center of the lake, leaving only the shocked disciples in the background who couldn't come back to reality for the longest time. She went to the Holy Island, did she not? I didn't hallucinate, did I? And, did you hear? She addressed the princess by name. Who on the Holy Land would dare call her by that? Under the peach blossom tree of the Holy Island, there's a medicine field planted by none other than Bai Yen herself, who stayed here for a few years. I haven't seen to this crop for so long, perhaps it's withered by now. Bai Yen forms a helpless smile due to the hard work she's placed into this field. It's just that instead of the dying plants near her cottage after she arrived, what welcomed her was the powerful fragrance of herbs and exotic plants in the wind. Old 3, I told you your method is wrong. You see? The patch I cultivated is successfully germinating now while yours is withering away. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to Yenner after she comes back? Old 2, you're being too much. If it weren't for you spraying the elixirs over to my patch during your watering, would my plants die? Ho ho, I don't care. No matter what, this part of the field is under your charge. Failing to notice this before it's too late is your fault. I am not responsible. Just wait until Yenna returns, I'm going to tell her about this. Second elder Ren-yi proudly raised his chin while tossing sand over his fellow brother. Xiao Shu-rong's face got beet red at this. He's so frustrated yet so helpless due to always being the scapegoat. Why am I always the one who gets the short end of the stick? That's enough, stop arguing and let's think of a way to save these herbs. These plants are our apprentices, baby, we cannot. Zhengqi the first Shifu rubs his temple as the headache slowly comes forward. Reunion, 3, Yen, you. You're back. The afternoon sun was exceptionally bright, falling on top of the woman's beautiful face and showcasing her emotional smile at the 3 seniors. Ren-yi, 2, and Xiao Shu-rong, 3rd, stopped their quarreling then and doubly looked up at the woman whom they've been talking about. Precious disciple. Xiao Shu-rong hung his head in shame. Since you left the Holy Land, we have been studying hard with the texts you left behind. But I such a bumbling idiot, I can't even raise this one good patch of. Ren-yi's heart also didn't fare so well and smiled bitterly. It's in fact not old 3's fault. I accidentally poured some of my elixirs onto his side and caused the herbs to die. Before Bai Yen arrived in this world, most people could only forage for such rare ingredients due to the harsh growth requirements of these spirit herbs. Like high spiritual concentration in the air and earth, or specific temperature and moisture. However, Bai Yen had devised a way to bypass most of these conditions, and that was the elixir she concocted and written down for these 3. First looking over to the farm field, then back at her 3 shifus, Bai Yen suddenly found her eyes a little wet. Have the 3 of you been keeping these herbs alive all these years? Well, yes. Since you're not around, plus we're bored, that's why we would often come over to the island and look after these herbs. We were afraid others wouldn't know what to do, so it's always us who does the watering. Zhengqi the first elder explains. They are Yan's precious treasures, of course we need to look after them for her. Bai Yen didn't know what else to say. Don't assume these 3 are unreliable because they often screw up during their lessons with her. In fact, they're well above the norms in this world. Furthermore, the love and care shown was no less than a parent raising a child. That's the sort of relationship these 3 have with Bai Yen. Grandshifu. Bai Xiachen quickly ran over and threw himself into Zhengqi's arm, his handsome face grinning brilliantly. Grandshifus, I miss all of you so much. The steam bun grew up in this holy island, so it's expected that the place and people held a special place in his heart. I miss you too, Xiachen. You must come back more often in the future. Guess what, Grandshifu Zhengqi, mother gave me a little sister. Oh right, there's also an extra younger brother that accidentally got thrown in. Accidentally? Dare say, in Bai Xiachen's heart, the little glutton's existence was no better than an extra. All 3 of the elders promptly looked over to their disciple's location and saw the indicated twins. One was a precious crystal of a girl that had the gifts of her mother, while the baby boy retained the baby fat and cuddliness worthy of being snuggled. It also helped that Jean Tian was chewing his thumb while curiously eyeing the 3, so it only made him all the more adorable. Ling Yan, Jean Tian, come greet your grandchiefess. Bai Xiaochen waves at his siblings to step forward. Hello grandchiefu. Ling Yan, being the more outspoken of the two, spoke first, her eyes clever and bright. Hello grandchiefu. Jin Tian followed suit but was timider in his voice due to the unfamiliar grounds. Moving his hands wildly like he didn't know where to put them, Zhengqi found his nerves overwhelmed at the kid's behavior. Good, excellent, such good children you have there, Yan Yan. Oh, what to do? You came back so suddenly that I didn't prepare a good gift for them. Reunion, 4, grandchiefu, mother brought me here to meet you all, so I'm thrilled as it is, there's no need to be so ceremonious. Forcing a crescent shape with her eyes, Ling Yan was all smiles while saying this. Zhengqi became stunned by how much the child resembled the steam bun, especially how she smiled. Yan Yan, this child's personality is so much like Xiaochen when he was little. I knew your children would all be this astounding, ha ha ha. Laughing and laughing, his eyes soon became wet as the tears flowed out from the corner. My disciple is too outstanding that even us, her Shifis, can no longer keep up. Shifu, you don't need to be so emotional, am I not here with you three? Oh right, I've already told someone to go find EE to let her know of my return. Is the Lord around in the Holy Land as well? Bai Yan wanted to lighten the mood, so she quickly changed the topic. Him? Yeah, the Lord never left the Holy Land, so he must be at the main estate. I know he will be very excited to see you come back. How long are you staying this time? Replying was Zhengqi, the first elder. He's anxiously awaiting the answer based on the way he's rubbing his hands in a squirming manner. Bai Yan naturally knew that they wanted her to stay a little longer. Unfortunately, other things are awaiting her attention and they all knew that. Apologetically shaking her head, first Shifu, second Shifu, third Shifu, I'm sorry but I can only stay for a brief while. After saying hello to everyone here, I will have to go visit grandfather and the rest of the family, so. This came as no surprise to the three Holy Lands elders. There are a lot of matters on hand for this precious disciple of theirs. The fact that she found time to come see them was enough to soothe their hearts, albeit at a slight trade-off of disappointment. I see Yan Yan. No matter, the Holy Land will always be your home, and we will always be your family too. When you feel like returning here, then you are always welcomed back. In the meantime, us three will watch over this island and the plants in your stead. A teacher always wishes for higher goals for their students. There's a much bigger world awaiting this proud woman, that's why they don't want to be an anchor holding her back. Shifis, Bai Yan's heart fluttered with butterflies at their support. No matter what happens, these three silly Shifis of hers would always keep a particular spot inside her heart. I promise you, when I resolve everything and settle down, I will definitely come back and spend a good amount of time here, okay? Qiu Shurong, third, bellows out a laugh at this promise. Sweetie, you don't need to worry about us, go ahead and do what you need to do. This place is not going anywhere, and plus we are not so stingy to want to occupy you for ourselves. We only want you to be happy. That's right Yan Yan, second Shifu here, don't know what to say here aside from telling you the Holy Island will always be here for you. If there is any danger in the future, you can always look to us for help. We will always have your back. Ren Yi's look appeared heavy and severe. I understand. Bai Yan slowly extended her arms out and hugged her second Shifu's old body before turning to embrace the other two as well. To me, you three are not only my Shifis, but also my fathers. As the saying goes, a Shifu is a Shifu for life. Though your ages are a bit on the older side, but for me, your existence is equivalent to being my parents. There will always be a spot by my side for the three of you no matter how high I reach. Reunion, 5, such friendship, it's not something that could be paid back with mere material wealth. Only a lifetime of gratitude could be used as compensation for those feelings and kindness. Bai Yan. A voice of joy came from behind and caused the demon queen to turn around. Immediately, a woman wearing a yellow dress of flowers had come into view. She's young and full of lively energy, which brought the mood to a whole new level of joy. Bai Yan, I miss you so much, Chu Yi pitifully states this, her arms wrapped firmly around the other side's figure like she couldn't believe this reality. I miss you too, Yi. But before we continue, I like to know why you are back in the Holy Land. Where's my brother Bai Xiao? Weren't you two together? Taken aback by the sudden question, Chu Yi, the mischievous princess of the Holy Land, didn't give a straightforward answer like she usually would. Instead, she looks up to meet her friend's gaze before pursing those lips into a sad line. He's still in the celestial realm. I miss my old man, so I came back first to see him. Though she says that, it's obvious she's reluctant to go over the full details of the story. Able to discern this much based on her assessment, Bai Yan knew this problem must be solved between themselves. Love could not be forced, that's something she learned long ago. I know my brother's temperament is hard to grasp due to how neutral he is. It's difficult for him to express himself sometimes. If there is a misunderstanding between the two of you, or if he's bullying you, I will help you teach him a lesson. Is that good? Bai Xiao was her brother, but Chu Yi was also her sister and dear friend. So of course she would help give a push to their relationship. Bai Yan, Chu Yi's heart shook at this support. It's not Xiao Zhao's issue, it's my own. I feel like my strength is too weak and cannot help him. That said, the princess promptly looks back up with a firm light of determination in those eyes. In the past she had always been pampered due to her status as the princess of the Holy Land, one of the three great powers in the human world. But after experiencing the indignation and difficulties of the celestial realm, it's come to the last that it's not alright to continue like this. She has pride too. Being a damsel in distress has never been her way. Bai Yan pats her friend's shoulder. When it comes to a relationship, status isn't important, so you need to stop worrying about such things. My brother is dull like that, haven't you realized that by now? Chu Yi's eyes got all red and emotional, her throat choking for a proper response. I only want to ask you this, if Bai Xiao is only the son of a powerless Bai house in the Luhua kingdom, would you still favor him? The demon queen stares into her friend's eye with a solemn expression. Of course I will. I didn't like him because of his identity. Even if he's weak and powerless, I will not abandon him. When she fell in love with Bai Xiao, it was back when he had nothing and standing before the burning pyre of the Bai house. She ached for him, at the same time loved him for being determined despite all the hurdles in life. Reunion 6. In that case, why do you believe my brother will turn you away? Bai Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her own words. The you in the past is known as the scourge of the Holy Land, lawless and destructive in the path you walk. When have you been afraid of anything? Did you not listen to any of the advice I gave you before we separated back then? Grabbing the princess's shoulder, the demon queen's voice now grew stern and severe. Chu Yi, gather your courage and get what you want, I'm waiting for my sister-in-law. In addition, whether you can catch up to my brother and enter his heart is up to you. I can only help you summon your courage. After all, he too is my brother, I can't use my status as his older sister to force him to accept you. Bai Yan looks deep into the princess's eye to get her point across. Slowly nodding her head, Chu Yi sounded more like herself again. I know, relationships cannot be forced. If he doesn't want me, then I won't be one of those stubborn females that won't let go. At the very least, I will wait until he finds someone else who he truly loves. Hearing that last bit, Bai Yan couldn't help but smile in a bittersweet manner. Chu Yi and her older brother Chu Yifeng are so similar. When Di Tsang came into my life, that man also did the same and watched me in secret to keep me safe. He would sacrifice his own happiness to let me find happiness. Such a man, such a sister, how can they be so willing to sacrifice for others? This, Zheng Qi and his fellow brothers were stunned into disbelief. Our princess, the evil witch of the Holy Land, fell in love with a man? This level of shock couldn't be blamed on the three elders. Ever since Bai Yan came to this place, Chu Yi had been circling around the demon queen and her son like a butterfly that never leaves. They've almost forgotten the princess was also a maiden that could love another person. Bai Yan immediately shot a deadpan look at her three shifis as a warning. I know what the three of you are thinking. What we spoke of just now never happened. You heard nothing, nor shall this be spoken before the Lord. This is Chu Yi's secret. It's not anyone's business to tell others until she's ready. A humph, Zheng Qi, first, coughed awkwardly since he got it right away. Turning to his two brothers, did the two of you hear anything? I didn't hear nothing, not a single thing. No, of course not, we heard nothing at all. Old two, did you hear anything? Xiao Shurong, third, shot his second brother a wink. Oh what, my ears are getting old, I should really go to a doctor and have it checked. Our bodies aren't getting any younger you know. Ren-yi acts clueless like he's not able to understand anything. I want to go meet your father now, do you want to come with me? Bai Yan asks with a pleased smile after seeing the way her shifis acted. Shaking that head, the princess had other plans in mind apparently. No, I need to continue to work towards my goal now that I've figured out what I want. If my father finds out I'm heading out to the celestial realm then he will definitely break my leg. I need to split before he finds out. Merely at the thought of the harshness the Holy Lord enacted on herself as of late, Chu Yi would shudder in fear. Bai Yan, the princess suddenly got an idea. Can you tell my father in a bit not to send someone to chase me? My speed is slow so he will definitely send his people afterward. Reunion, 7, why do you need me to help you? Bai Yan makes a perplexed face, couldn't you go tell the Lord yourself? I'm not going, said Chu Yi in an indignant fashion. Father almost beat me because of the last incident where I ran away from home with Lan Xiaoyun. He's worried about you being in danger, don't you understand? I understand that, but I also want to train myself. This time he will definitely not let me go to the celestial realm if he finds out. Chu Yi clung onto Bai Yan's arm and swung it left and right in a pleading fashion. Bai Yan, help me this time, just this time. Father will listen to you if you help my case. Looking at her friend's pitiful appearance, Bai Yan didn't have the heart to reject the request and nodded. All right, I will let him know. Also, I want you to go find Little Rice in the demon realm first. He will have someone escort you to the celestial realm. The demon realm was her territory, much safer than the celestial realm, so having her own people safeguard Chu Yi during the route was a better plan in her opinion. Bai Yan, you and Xiao Xiao both managed to make it into the celestial realm on your own, I can do it too. If I continue to depend on others to do everything for me then I will never grow and have the strength to stand by his side. There's a determined glow that showed how much she wanted this, so, I will go alone this time. Believe in me, I can protect myself. She doesn't have the gift as Bai Yan does, nor the ability and fortitude of others, but she does have an unwavering heart. Without this experience to prove herself, Chu Yi wouldn't have the face to continue down this path where it would only get much more challenging with time. Okay. Bai Yan knew she couldn't change her friend's mind and nodded after a brief thought, but promise me you will go find my brother as soon as you head into the celestial realm. Don't worry, I will definitely find him. Perhaps the thought of reuniting with that handsome young man, Chu Yi's cheek would immediately flush a red of fluttery shade. Sister Yi. Bai Xiachen pouts at the Holy Land Princess after being ignored for so long. You used to like me the most, but now all you talk about is my uncle. Did you even see me? Making a surprised face, Chu Yi actually responded with the cruelest sentence, Oh Xiachen, you're back? A shattering sound filled the steambun's soul like a scum just dumped him for someone else. I didn't even exist in her eyes until I called her out. Ling Yan and Jin Tian too, all of you are here. Chu Yi gasps after seeing the three kids standing around and staring at herself. Ling Yan with her stunned face. I also got ignored. Am I not cute enough? When did I become like second brother and can be ignored? Unlike his twin sister and older brother though, Jean Tian the little glutton didn't mind this and behaved cluelessly. With a pastry snack in hand, he happily waves hello to the girl, "Hello Auntie Ee." Rubbing her temple at the silly nature of this scene, Bai Yan figured there's no point dwelling on the carelessness of her friend. "It's getting late Ee, I better go see your father before leaving. I still need to visit the medicine sect afterward. You can use this opening to pack up before leaving." "Bai Yan, you are so nice to me." Giving her friend a big hug, Chu Yi suddenly kissed the demon queen on the cheek as gratitude. She had intended to flee without packing anything since time was of the essence. But having extra clothes and money definitely helps. Bai Yan appears stunned by the physical contact. Bai Xiaochen also popped his eyes out in shock. Ling Yan on the other hand merely giggled in delight after seeing this. And like usual, Jean Tian the little glutton only had food in mind and continued to eat his pastry. "Sister Ee, you're done for." After half a ring later, Bai Xiaochen dropped this remark down with a black face, "If my father finds out you sexually harassed my mother, he will not let you go for this." A humph, Chu Yi coughs awkwardly since she knew her action there went overboard. Raising to rub the steambun's head, "What does a little baby know? I'm not disrespecting your mother, I'm only expressing my happiness. And also, don't tell your father about this, okay?" Reunion 8. At the end of the day, her voice sounded weak as those eyes nervously scanned the area for said demon king. Chu Yi was honestly afraid of Di Tsang bursting out of hiding and breaking her neck when she's least expected it. It's scary to even think about it in fact. Chu Yi. Bai Yan's black face spoke with gritted teeth, "You smothered me with your saliva. If there's a next time then you better keep 3 feet away from me at all times." Shrinking her neck in at the outraged demon queen, Chu Yi knew her friend had a phobia against dirty things. "I'll go pack up right away. You go see my father now bye." Dropping that down, the Holy Land princess disappeared in a blur. It's a new record for this naughty witch when it comes to fleeing. "Humph, we're going too then." Holding her twins with each hand, Bai Yan began to move when she suddenly stopped and shot a glance back at the 3 old gramps watching her from behind. "Shifus, when I've solved everything, I'll be back." As reluctant as they are about separating again so soon, the 3 elders didn't try to keep her behind. Okay, that's all they could utter out, stuffing those emotional words inside for another day. By the lake, the disciples were still silently waiting for Bai Yan's possible appearance. They are very excited at the opportunity of meeting the owner of the Holy Island. Sure, they aren't certain of Bai Yan's identity and didn't know her name, but the reaction from Chu Yi told them all they needed to know. Earlier, all they managed to get out was that a woman had headed to the island with a bunch of kids, and then the princess bolted away in glee without asking for any details. It's well known only one person could get Chu Yi so riled up in this place. Finally, their patience were rewarded by a red female gradually appearing in their sight. The girl in the pink hurried forward and nervously spoke first. There's an unbridled level of worship in her eyes. "Excuse me, are you the rumored world's strongest and the owner of the Holy Island?" Bai Yan's footsteps stopped. Turning around, she faintly smiled at the inexperienced youngsters. "No one can claim to be the strongest. As for the owner of the Holy Island, you could say that." Several of the disciples giggled with glee as they got the confirmation. She admitted it. She is that legendary person. Sun Senior, that, the pink girl looked shy and timid. "You are my goal. In the future, I will train hard. I hope I can one day be qualified to follow you from behind." First giving this brave child a glance, Bai Yan suddenly smiled like she's looking into her own past. "What's your name?" "Autumn, my name is Autumn with a surname Forget." "Forget Autumn? Alright Autumn. When you grow strong enough, you can come to me." Bai Yan liked the name and didn't reject the idea. That done, the demon queen went ahead to continue on her way. Even though her steps aren't big or wide, but her figure had disappeared entirely from the disciples' line of sight in mere moments. "Senior Sister Zhang Yun, just now did she say yes?" The pink girl was so excited that she couldn't hold it down and began jumping, but I didn't expect to have this chance to speak with the strongest person in the world. Zhang Yun chuckled at her junior's cheerful voice like she just got a present. "Actually, you should have asked her for some pointers instead. Perhaps your abilities would have grown by leaps and bounds as a result. Didn't you mention you were trying your hands in alchemy? She is also famous for her Dan pills, you know." Reunion 9. The pink girl shook her head firmly. She must be swamped with other stuff. I can't ask her these small questions to bother her. What's more, I'm going to follow her with my own ability. If I let her give me pointers, then I won't have the face to follow her anymore. Zhang Yun became stunned. She didn't understand what the girl was thinking to miss out on this great opportunity. Inside the luxurious palace of the Holy Land, Chu Ran was currently focusing his attention on the book in his hand. But he wasn't alone in this study though. Standing further in front was a beautiful maid awaiting his command. However, those eyes were not well behaved and would constantly sneak a peek towards the Holy Lord whenever possible. She obviously wants to seduce the man sitting on the master chair. Unfortunately for this woman though, Chu Ran never once gave her the attention she wanted. Suddenly, the main door to the study was pushed open without forewarning. The maid looked over right away as was her duty. Immediately her eyes fell upon the woman in red, dazzling her line of sight along with those kids. Impudent! She snaps at the intruders with a solemn face. Who allowed you to come in here without notice? If it were under normal circumstances, this power-hungry maid would have spent a moment to think things through as to why Bai Yan would be able to come inside unhindered. But that face sent her alarms into full alert and was a threat to her plan to become the mistress of the Holy Land. She is surrounded children. Does she think the Holy Lord will want to pick up after other people's slack just because she's beautiful? Back over in the main doorway, Bai Yan raised an eyebrow at this maid who yelled at her. Normally she wouldn't need a notice since this was the study and work office, but this maid was someone she's never seen before. Chu Ran was attracted by the noise created by the maid's rebuke. Looking over to the doorway, the man's instantly lit up. "Yenner, Xiaofan, you're both back. And these two little fellas, they should be the twins mentioned by EE, aren't they?" The maid on one side appeared stiff after hearing this. How come the Lord isn't angry with her after she barged in without notice? Bai Yan slowly nodded in confirmation, ignoring the maid's glaring face and signaling her children forward. "I remember you only came not long ago, right?" Chu Ran definitely sensed the air around the room due to the maid and turned to her. Hanging her head low in a compliant manner, "Yes, my lord. You don't need to come anymore." Chu Ran's tone was calm and clear, but his words were a shock to the maid in question. She looked up in dismay, unconvinced that she would be dismissed so readily. "But my lord, did I do something wrong? I only spoke out because she barged in without notice. I feared she might try to assassinate you." Chu Ran laughed humorously. "You think those in the Holy Land are all blind or something? Who can kill me while on my own turf?" Reunion 10. The maid clenched her lips as those eyes flushed a pink red. "Go down, you don't need to come back afterward." Chu Ran orders, his patience wearing thin. The maid was very reluctant to leave but did not dare to say more. Giving a bow, she headed for the exit to only be stopped by what she heard next. "Remember, you don't need to come to the Holy Land anymore." The maid's body froze as she turned her head stiffly over the clarification. "Lord, why are you evicting me from the Holy Land? It took her so much to get into this great power. Even if it's only as a maid to serve tea and water, but her family was still proud of her. If she were to be evicted, what would happen to herself? How would her clan treat her? Only she knows that better than anyone. A person who can't tell the situation is not needed in my service. You can leave now, I don't want to see you again." The maid no longer said more and fled away, but not before giving a fleeting glance at Bai Yan. There's a strong level of hatred and resentment. Lord, I'm back. Bai Yan doesn't give this any attention since this didn't occur to the demon queen as something important. To her, this was the maid's own inability to retain her post. Chu Ran formed a big genuine smile at the woman's return. He's showing regret, appreciation, and pride. Proud for being able to take in such a talented person, regret that he couldn't have such a genius as his daughter-in-law. It's a real shame. Such a good girl and my son can't win her heart despite all those years of effort. How long are you going to be back this time? Also, I quit drinking. This girl most hated it when he drinks with his daughter. As a result, he would often have Chu Yi be the scapegoat. But this time, he's honestly abstained from alcohol. I'm just coming back to see you guys, then I'm leaving right after. Bai Yan explains by shaking her head. She doesn't have too much contact with Chu Ran, but Bai Yan does know he loves her very much like family. If at first he accepted her for the gift she held, what came afterward were genuine emotions. Otherwise, who could put up with Bai Xiaochen's antics of causing trouble everywhere he went with Chu Yi in the younger years? Is that so? Sighed the man, I'm just glad you thought of us. Do bring these little ones often if possible. Yi is getting wilder as she ages and I can no longer control her. She doesn't like to accompany me so I've been getting more bored lately. It would be nice to play with the kids if possible. Grandpa Chu Ran, you don't have to worry, I will definitely bring my brother and sister here to see you often. The steambun spoke up with the sincerest voice. Bellowing out a pleased laugh, I really envy your grandfathers. Of the three great powers, only I lack a third generational heir. Yi Feng, that boy loves you so much that I fear he won't ever marry in this life. As for Yi, she's so wild and crazy at times, who would dare touch her? If this continues then I might need to make alternative plans. Oh right, Bai Yan recalls one of the reasons she's here to meet him. Yi wanted me to tell you that she's leaving the Holy Land for the Celestial Realm. She is afraid of you stopping her so she asked me to tell you instead. Reunion, 11, in that moment, smile on the man's face shattered into oblivion. His breathing rhythm began to pant like he's about to lose his mind. That crazy girl ran away again? How dare she keep running off to the Celestial Realm? I'm going to break her leg once I get my hands on her. Doesn't she know how dangerous it is over there? If I don't properly teach her a lesson then she will end up dead before I know it. I advise you not do that and send someone after her. Bai Yan shrugged. Chu Ran goes beet red as he struggles to retain his composure. Yenner, you don't need to speak for her. She is getting out of hand at this rate. I must give her a good lecture before she gets into real trouble. Oh, then go ahead. Bai Yan continued to smile, but her eyes were all playful. But don't blame me for not telling you about it. If you bring her back then you might miss out on being a grandfather. Didn't you want a third generational heir, perhaps a grandson? Grandson? Charan choked, and he turned his head a little, his eyes falling on the white-faced body. What did you just say? Grandson? She got pregnant before she got married? That disgrace. Although I wanted a grandchild, but getting pregnant before marriage is still unforgivable. Not yet, the grin deepens in Bai Yan's face. Yi ran off to chase her husband-to-be. Whether or not she will be successful is still unknown. But if you bring her back then I'm afraid that possibility will be a no. She didn't want to leak this matter today since it's not hers to say, but if it could make Chu Ran stop then it's a compromise she's willing to take. Patting his own chest to soothe that erupting anger, the Holy Lord suddenly froze after catching on to her meaning. Wait, slow down and let me catch up. Did you say Yi went out to chase her husband-to-be? You mean that crazy girl is finally in love with a guy? I'm not dreaming, am I? My daughter can finally get married? If there wasn't an example set by Bai Yan to go upon, Chu Ran would certainly not want his daughter to get married. However, it's impossible to get Chu Yifeng to like another female. With his son a lost cause, who else was he going to turn to for a grandson or granddaughter? Right, Chu Ran shot his gaze up to face the demon queen. Can you tell me who the guy is at least? Who is so lucky to win Yi Yi's heart? My brother, Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao? The man made an astonished face. The man Yi Yi likes is Bai Yan's own brother? The Holy Lord never met the boy, but he's heard enough about Bai Xiao's exploit to know he's a reliable guy. Besides, if Bai Yan was so exceptional, then there's no way her brother wouldn't be as well. Ha ha ha. Chu Ran bellows out a hearty laugh of content. That's wonderful news. I always lamented the fact that you did not become my daughter-in-law, but now we can still be family with your brother as my son-in-law. Ha ha. Bai Yan was equally as happy with this arrangement. Then are you still going to send someone after her? Of course not. She can go all she like. Chu Ran states this with a wide grin of his own. Yi Yi is old enough, so it's up to herself to make such choices. I can't keep watching over her head, otherwise she will never get married. What if my involvement botches their relationship? That actually made Bai Yan's face turn black with lines running across it. Why do I get the feeling Chu Ran will marry Yi Yi off at any cost? Mother, I finally know why Sister Yi Yi always says she's adopted. Bai Xiaochen tugs at his mother's sleeve. If it were father, he'd definitely be reluctant to marry Ling Yan off. Whoever dares to abduct my sister, me and father will break their legs. Reunion, 12, a humph. Chu Ran made an awkward cough, his eyes immediately falling upon the tiny body of the pipsqueak. You can't say it like that. If my daughter and Bai Xiao does become a pair, they are going to eventually have a son. By then, we might even be able to get closer through their marriage. Bai Yan's face suddenly blackened. She didn't want to keep her precious daughter around forever, but she wouldn't want to let anyone have ideas about her either. No. Bai Xiaochen jumps in with forked arms around his waist. Using his body as a shield for his sister, Sister Yi Yi is marrying my uncle. If they have a kid, then that makes him my cousin. A cousin cannot marry another cousin, that's interbreeding. Chu Ran became taken aback by the boy's firm stance on the subject and turned to the demon queen for detail. There is such a thing? How come I never heard of it? Is it real? Under Chu Ran's gaze, Bai Yan nodded slowly. Blood relatives within 3 generations cannot be married. The premise being related to only blood relatives though. Since it's you saying that, then I won't doubt it. Chu Ran loosens his frown, but Xiaochen seemed to forget his uncle is not from the same biological mother as yours, Yenner. That makes it okay, doesn't it? If worse. I still have Yunfeng. When reaching this part, the Holy Lord suddenly paused and got quiet. Oh, whatever, pretend I didn't say anything about that boy. Yifeng won't ever be able to get married, it's impossible in this life. I'm better off counting on Yi Yi to give me a grandchild than to rely on that boy. Bai Xiaochen makes a stupor face at this realization. Mother, would they be able to get married if cousins aren't blood related? Looking at his son's aggrieved and pitiful face, Bai Yan didn't know what else to do but nod. Lying about this subject wouldn't be good, so the hard truth was a must. Blood relatives are not allowed to marry, but anything else is fine. The steam bun got all quiet like he's contemplating the idea. Then I don't care. If Sister Yi Yi gives birth to a boy, then he's my little brother. I will teach him to protect Ling Yan. If he misbehaves, then I will break his leg. I will teach him from a young age that cousins can't get married. After so many years of being misguided in all the wrong ways, Bai Xiaochen has finally learned what it means to be a teacher. Education must be taught from a young age. Only by teaching them his logic would it become the norm instead of the norm. Big brother, the pipsqueak chimes in with that innocent voice, why do you always want to break people's legs? Ling Yan, Bai Xiaochen presses his hands onto the girl's shoulder, his voice severe and stern. Those people are all bad inside. They want to abduct you and not let you come home. Don't you want to see me and mother? Tilting her head in a puzzled manner, but you and grandfather are saying different things. Grandfather heavenly told me I mustn't listen to you and father. Who do I listen to? Grandfather Heavenly? Chu Ran got surprised and jumped up. Yener, you saw Yun Feng? Bai Yen nodded in confirmation. I also found my father by accident, and he's with my mother now. Chu Ran relaxed after hearing this good news. Those two had it hard all these years. It's good to learn your parents are finally together. To think the big lady of the medicine sect and young master of the fairy house would have such a tough life. The medicine sects and misty fairy houses fight. 1. Bai Yan's eyes couldn't help but get emotional after the man said all those heartfelt words. A reunion of her parents, that's a goal she's been working hard towards since the very beginning. Lord, we came back to see, and now it's getting late, so it's about time we leave. There's still a lot of work waiting for me. Chu Ran didn't try to retain the woman after seeing the determined expression. Making a smile, then I will not delay you further if you have something to attend to. But do go see your grandfathers, especially the one at the Misty Fairy House. No matter what, he's still your grandfather. I know, said Bai Yen with an understanding of what he meant. I've stated my stance long ago. As long as I can find my mother, then I will forgive him. Since she's with my father now, I won't hold the past against him anymore. I know he's been regretting a lot too over what he did. In fact, the stubborn old grandfather had regretted his decision the day Heavenly went mad due to being separated from his wife by Ning. Unfortunately, remorse doesn't change the facts. Because of his decision and foolishness, Bai Yan's parents suffered for many years. Sure, the Demon Queen could forgive the grandfather that nearly ruined her family, but it doesn't change the fact that she's more inclined to favor her grandfather at the medicine sect. Mother, Di Ling Yen heard they're leaving already and tugged at the woman's sleeve. Are we going to see great-grandfather? It's my first time meeting them. Should I bring a gift? No, you're the best gift for them. Bai Yen smiled wholeheartedly and rubbed her daughter's head before giving the outside a strange look all of a sudden. Since the maid serving the Holy Lord was thrown out, her tears hadn't stopped flowing thus far. She's unwilling to accept this outcome and felt wronged. Suddenly, a figure in front caught her attention and caused the weeping female to stop. Uncle, standing in front of him was a middle-aged man who had on a grim face. What's the matter? I worked so hard to arrange for you to be by the Lord's side. Did you do something to anger him? Otherwise, she wouldn't have left crying. The maid clenched her lips. Just now I saw that a woman had barged into the Lord's study room without announcement, so I scolded her. I honestly didn't expect the Lord to explode at me and drive me out of the Holy Land. Uncle, what should I do? If I go back home like this, then Father will literally kill me for this. She's the most beautiful daughter of the family, therefore everyone had placed their hope onto herself. If she fails and return without results, the aftermath and consequences would be dire. What did you say? The middle-aged man's face sank. Zheng Cloud, are you stupid or something? This isn't your Zheng clan's home. If that woman can enter the Lord's study without notice, then that proves she is special. How can you be so foolish to scold someone like that? The maid sobbed harder and began to hiccup. But, even if that's the case, the Lord shouldn't have exploded like that. How can he drive me out of the Holy Land for something so innocent? The middle-aged man didn't respond to her words right away. Instead he got all quiet and whispered his following question. Describe the woman's appearance to me. I want to find out her identity. This way I can tell if there's still a way to salvage the situation. The medicine sects and misty fairy houses fight, too. The maid heavily bit her lips. She's reluctant to say but answered truthfully anyways. The woman is very beautiful. That's all? The middle-aged man frowned and continued to ask. She's beautiful, a striking kind of beauty, especially when she's dressed in red. The air she has is overwhelmingly memorable. She also had 3 kids with her. One was about 6 years old while the other 2 were about 2 years old. The maid did not see the expression made by her uncle as she explained, but he had literally turned green in horror. It's reported that the owner of the Holy Island loves to wear red all year round. What's more, she also has a child which should be around 6 as well by this year. On top of that, rumor has it the person has given birth to twins not too long ago. If going by all these clues, he could be almost certain this woman was the owner of the Holy Island. Zheng Yun, this time I can't save you, you better flee as soon as you can. The middle-aged man sneered, by the way, once you go back to your home, tell your mother I will no longer have anything to do with the Zheng clan. I do not want to be dragged down by someone else's mistake. One protects their own interest, each for themselves. Moreover, he's done enough for the Zheng clan thus far. They're already 3 generations apart, thus making them distant relatives at best. Like bringing Zheng Yun into the Holy Land and getting her the post as the maid of the Holy Lord, that's already a favor he didn't need to do. Now that this distant niece of hers failed in winning the Holy Lord's heart, why should he continue to support such a girl or her family? Uncle, the maid became stupefied by the cruel reality and became flustered. What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man sneered some more. Do you know who you've offended? She's the strongest person in the human world. Others may not know this, but I've been following the Lord for many years, how can I not know her? Not only is her talent above everyone else's, she's also the wife of the king of the demons. Let's put it this way. If her husband summoned the horde of demons upon us, they could destroy the entire human world. Huffing to keep himself from losing composure, no, they actually don't need that many demons, just a small fraction is enough. They can literally turn the human world into a territory of the demon realm, do you understand? His chest would rise up and down in strides due to the anger he felt inside. Honestly, the man regretted helping the Zheng clan from the hearts down at this point. The maid's body froze as she looked up in dismay, those eyes popping out of reflex. All of this, you are certain? Ho, the middle-aged man sarcastically ticked his lips into a snarling smirk. When did I ever lie to you? No one has lived on the Holy Island for many years now, not even the princess lives there. Do you know why? It's because the Holy Lord has gifted the island to her long ago. Only she is eligible to live there. The maid's face got pale like a ghost. Even the princess cannot live on the island, only she can. Uncle, it can't be that the Lord really likes her. Like her? Indeed, the Lord really does like her, but as a daughter-in-law. Sadly, that person didn't have the young master in her eye and the union fell apart and never came to fruition. Despite all that, the Lord still takes her as a daughter in his eye, that's how highly prized she is to everyone in the Holy Land. The middle-aged man knew the thought running through her distant niece's mind and wanted to snuff it out before it blew out of proportion. Zheng Yun's body turned to stone in that instant. Standing there with the breeze blowing against her body, the maid never felt so afraid in her entire life. In fact, her entire back had become drenched in sweat by this stage. The medicine sects and misty fairy houses fight. 3. As it so happens, it's precisely at this moment where the maid turned to face the palace grounds that Bai Yan and her kids came out of the door. Immediately, endless panic filled the maid's heart. In the face of such a grand person, who wouldn't be afraid? None in the Holy Land would ever dare provoke this individual, yet she, a lowly servant, did. So, when their line of sight met, Zheng Yun promptly turned tail and fled in the other direction. She only wants to get out of this nightmarish land and run home regardless of the consequences. Mother, isn't that the auntie-maid who was around Grandpa Chu Ren earlier? The pipsqueak asks innocently. Bai Yan looked over in the indicated direction and nodded slowly. Are we that terrible? Why did she see us and run like a fleeing dog? The girl pinches her lips in confusion. I am so cute and I don't eat people, why is she scared of me? Bai Xiachen also glanced over in that direction and answered instead. Someone made a mistake, so of course they will be scared. That's what you call a guilty consciousness, Ling Yan. Someone probably told her about Mother's identity, that's why she fled the moment she saw us. Pity. Mother never took her seriously, she didn't need to run to begin with. Let's go. Bai Yan understood what her boy was indicating at and patted her eldest's head. We don't have time to waste on inconsequential people. Your grandfather is still waiting for us. Okay. The steambun smiles widely with his teeth showing. I wonder if granduncle is around at the medicine sect. I wonder if he's married yet. If not, I bet great-grandfather will grow anxious because of that. Bai Yan's eyes fell into a bit of trance. Looking back at things, if I hadn't met Bai Zhongping back then, would I have discovered my own background? Forming a warm smile at the impending reunion with her relatives, Bai Yan's mood immediately lightened up. Come, we're going home. The medicine sect was located atop of a high-standing mountain. Due to the high altitude and difficult route to reach this great power, it's not often that they get visitors. Fortunately, the person in charge of watching the entrance gate was a person from years ago. He only needed a glance to recognize Bai Yan, so no trouble occurred here. In fact, the person was so ecstatic that he ran ahead to inform the master of this place ahead of the family. Inside the main courtyard, Bai Changfeng was currently playing a game of tabletop chess with his in-law counterpart. No more. After Chief Wu Wei of the Misty Fairy House placed his last piece, the old Gramps shamelessly flipped the game board after seeing there's no more room for him to move. My mind is not calm today, I don't want to play anymore. We can continue tomorrow. Chief Wu Wei faintly chuckles, a loss is a loss, what excuse is there? So what if I lose a chess game? In the end my granddaughter still chose to use my last name. In that respect I already won. Bai Changfeng shot back with a grunt, his face full of pride. The medicine sects and Misty Fairy Houses fight, 5, milord, milord. Suddenly, a sound of joy came from the outside and caught everyone's attention. Originally Bai Changfeng was still disgruntled in high face, but as soon as he saw who it was, his temper immediately subsided and made a wary look. Milord, the young miss is back. Making a startled face, the old grandfather and ruler of the medicine sect promptly jumped up. Is it Ninger my daughter or Yen Yen my granddaughter? It's Miss Bai Yen. Miss Bai Yen is back, along with the little master. Wah! Not needing to tell him further, Bai Changfeng's figure instantly disappeared into a blur. He's running for the outside to receive his precious granddaughter and great-grandson. Even from afar, the old grandfather could see that dazzling red figure and adorable youngster. However, he didn't expect to find two other adorable kids walking alongside the pair. Yen Yen. Bai Changfeng flew into a joyous cry, the tears nearly falling out. It's been well over 2 years since the woman left this place, therefore, it's no wonder the grandfather would be so emotional. Grandfather, uncle, Bai Yen smiled and warmly greeted her family members who arrived in quick succession. Grandpa, Grandma, you're also here. Jun Tianyu, Grandma, quietly wiped the tears coming off of her eyes at being addressed. You're back. Yes, I'm back, said Bai Yen with an emotional voice as well. Are all of you doing well? Yes, of course we're doing well, Yen Yen. There's no problem at all. Aside from your grandfather and grandpa constantly fighting, there's nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as the mistress of the Misty Fairy House said that, the entire air around the group dampened. Firstly it was Bai Changfeng who flailed his hands around in the air, unsure of what to say as an excuse for his behavior. Following second was Chief Wu Wei, who made a ashamed face at being ousted by his own wife. Great-grandfather, do you often fight? Bai Xiaofan stepped forward and began lecturing his elders like a good adult. Fighting is not a good habit. If you continue to fight then you will make mother angry. If she is angry then I will be very upset, and if I'm upset then bad things will happen. Bai Changfeng coughs awkwardly at the boy's antics. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Your grandpa Wu Wei and I are perfectly good, we're just playing around. I hope that's the case. The steambun holds himself high and mighty as he nods. Chuckling at her eldest's humorous speech, Bai Yen ruffles her son's hair as compliment. Xiaofan is right. We are family, we should care for each other and not fight. That's not a good example to make. If I learn of you two fighting again next time. She narrows her eyes in at the two grandpas and smiled meaningfully. I will go live at the Holy Land from now on. I do have an excellent relationship with my Shifus. Although they are quite noisy at times, but they won't fight. Bai Changfeng and Chief Wu Wei's strength are both very strong. Even if they are joking around when sparring, they would inevitably make a mistake somewhere down the line and hurt each other. Therefore, the fighting must be stopped. Okay, I'll never fight this old thing again, I'll listen to my baby granddaughter. Bai Changfeng bellows out a hearty laugh and reassuringly says this. Chief Wu Wei immediately stared at his counterpart before turning to smile at his granddaughter in an appeasing manner. Of course, we will do as you wish, Yen Yen. If you don't want us fighting, then we will not fight anymore. The medicine sects and misty fairy houses fight. 6. Isn't that better, great-grandfathers? Bai Xiaofan raised a bright smile. You can't make mother angry, ah. Yes, great-grandfather here understands, my good child. Bai Changfeng jovially laughs. You are always watching over your mother like a good son that you are. That is, of course, my mother gave birth to me and suffered so much, it's only right that I be filial to her. Looking at the little guy's young and lovely face, Bai Changfeng's heart became warm and appeased. Yen Yen is so lucky to have a son like Xiaofan, so witty and clever that knows how to be good to their own parent. Unlike this Zhanpeng of mine. This boy is already so old, yet he's not getting a wife or child yet. Oh, just thinking of this is making me angry. Thinking up to here, the medicine lord promptly shot a stare back over to his son who's standing in the rear. What did I do now to provoke this old boy? The poor man was clueless as to why his old man would do this and made an inexplicable face. Yen Yen, these two children are, Jun Tian, you being the only other female present didn't miss the twins unlike the male counterparts. She had long heard of Bai Yen giving birth to more children, so this wasn't hard to guess who they are. Grandma, this is my daughter and son, Ling Yen and Jin Tian. Go up, the both of you, go greet your great-grandfathers and grandmother. The other one behind them sulking is your granduncle. Hello, great-grandfathers, great-grandmother and granduncle. Ling Yen and Jin Tian's voice were both very soft and adorable, letting all those who hear them melt away like a marshmallow. Jun Tian Yu was the most affected and nearly had a crying fit at her new great-grandchildren. Great-grandmother didn't prepare a proper gift since all of my good belongings are at home. In that case, why don't you two inherit the misty fairy house as my gift instead? Bai Changfeng immediately shot a look to his in-law's shameless face. He's a gentleman, though a grumpy one, but that doesn't mean he won't compete with a woman of his age. Ling Yen, Jin Tian, don't listen to her, what's so fun about the misty fairy house anyways? It's better to stay at the medicine sect with me since it's more fun. Jin Tian, the little glutton, had his thumb in his mouth as he replied, is there delicious things? Yes, of course. Bai Changfeng's eyes lit up with hope. I got a lot of delicious snacks in store for you. If you like, I can even invite the top chefs of the continent here. They can cook all sorts of delicious food for you, my dear child. Jun Tian Yu chuckled at the man's promise. Oh Lord Changfeng, did you forget my fairy house already employed the best chefs out there? What can you make here that the excellent cooks at my home can't? Plus, there are plenty of unique ingredients found only in the mountains of the fairy house. How can you compete with us? Ho ho, as long as these two little ones desire it, I can get anything I need. There's nothing I can't do for them. There's nothing one couldn't do if they put their minds to it. So what if the fairy house employed some legendary cooks? He could offer them his Dan pills as trade to come work here instead. He got plenty, and doesn't those people wouldn't be tempted? Great-grandfather, did you ask me for permission when trying to rob my little brother and sister? Bai Xiaofan's face got all black like a charcoal. Jin Tian must inherit the demon realm one day, so he must go back. Bai Changfeng looked to the steam bun in shock. Didn't your father name you the crown prince? Why are you throwing the demon realm on your little brother? What are you going to do then? I of course am going to travel the world with Ling Yen, Bai Xiaochen cocks his chin high. I proud declaration, dream on if anyone thinks I'm going to be a demon king. I only need mother and my sister, I don't want no demon realm dragging me down. It's better for Jin Tian to shoulder this responsibility. Return to the Lan house. 1. Bai Chong Feng's mind flashed with an idea, if the demon realm is under little Jin Tian's control, then my medicine sect can. Yet before the old Gramps could speak his mind, the steam bun had already caught onto the old fox and got alarmed. No, great-grandfather, you can't look at me, I won't do it. I need to take my sister out on a journey around the world, I don't have time to manage the medicine sect. Having said that, he turned his attention over to Chief Wu Wei and his wife. The same is true of the fairy house, don't throw them over my head. Making an embarrassed face at being called out, Chief Wu Wei deflates and understood his own sneaky fox was dead before birth. However, that doesn't mean there's no alternatives. Placing his fist to the mouth for a cough to clear his throat, the fairy lord was a clever one. Then how about Ling Yan, she's here too. Or, don't even think about my sister, I won't let you have her. Bai Xiaochen hurriedly pulled the pipsqueak behind his back into a protective stance, his eyes nervous like those old Gramps would snatch her away. Grandfather, Grandpa, you can seek my uncles to help, can you not? I know Uncle Zhanpeng and Uncle Sun Huan is capable enough. Once said, Bai Yen shoots a grinning look at the only uncle present in the rear. She's repaying the debt of him trying to throw the medicine sect over her own head from way back. Note, Sun Huan is Heavenly's younger brother, the womanizer. Bai Zhanpeng's face instantly a shade of white, it's not easy for me to lose the burden of the medicine sect, how did it end up over my head again? A humph, Zhanpeng promptly coughs to get their attention, father, you also know my ability, I am only interested in training myself. If the medicine sect falls on my hand, it will be ruined sooner or later. I believe it's best to wait for Yen Yen to give us a new heir again down the road. Chief Wu Wei frowns and cuts in, how can one be enough? My fairy house also needs one. No matter what, I can't rely on my second son to carry the banner. Aside from womanizing, he's good for nothing else. At least Zhanpeng is obsessed with growing himself, meanwhile Sun Huan only knows how to flirt with those females flocking around himself day and night. Immediately, Bai Yen recalled back to the handsome yet flirtatious picture of that second uncle from her father's sides of the family. Their first meeting was of Sun Huan trying to hit on herself and ended up making a fool of himself in the end. At least Uncle Sun Huan isn't out making trouble everywhere. If he is, then that would be troublesome. Then that's decided. Bai Chong Feng spoke with a sigh of relief, Yen Yen, you and Di Tsang need to work harder and give us some more children. That will solve all the problems we have. This. I'll do my best. Bai Yen gets flushed red from embarrassment. Why does it feel like these two are treating their respective powers like it's a hot potato needing to be tossed away? Bai Xiaochen didn't object to the proposal in this case. For the steam bun, so long as he and his little sister didn't get affected, then that's good. As for everyone else, well, they could handle the hot potato all they like. Yen Yen, have you visited the Holy Land yet? Bai Chong Feng turns and suddenly asked this. Bai Yen nodded softly replied, I just came over from that side. I also need to visit the Lu Hua kingdom afterwards to meet everyone at the Lan house. It's unfortunate but I only have a limited amount of time here. She still needs to find Di Tsang, therefore it's the most she could do. Undoubtedly, Bai Chong Feng and the rest were slightly disappointed by the poor news. They want to spend more time with Bai Yen, but they also knew she had a lot of work on hand and couldn't stay in one place for long. Yen Yen, if you got work to do then don't mind us. Your grandfather and grandpa are perfectly fine the way they are. Jun Tian, you being the sensible grandmother, decides to lighten the mood, but if you have some time to spare then do visit the fairy house. I know Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei misses you a lot too. Return to the Lan house, too. Bai Yan's heart quivered with emotions as she smiled, I'll go back and have a look at them for sure. Zhongnan and Zhongbei's relationship may not be as strong as her three shifas from the Holy Land, but they are genuine and still her Shifu. What's more, the love they gave couldn't be more authentic. She felt it, truly felt it, like a parent raising a child kind of truth. For that, she would never forget them. We should go now, there's still a lot of places we must visit. Jun Tianyu's eyes are a bit red as this grandmother grasped the woman's hand. She's reluctant to separate from her granddaughter after such a short reunion. Chief Wu Wei saw this and immediately went over to his wife's side. He understood the pain this was causing and tightly hugged that shoulder so she would let go. No words would be comforting, so he didn't speak. Oh right, Bai Yan suddenly remembered an important message she had to pass on. My father has found my mother. They are together at this point. The couple, who was initially still feeling sad, promptly froze in their hug. Instantly, a look of joy filled their faces. Is what you said true? Yunfeng found your mother? How come they didn't come home together? Flashing a spark of gloom in her eyes, Bai Yan didn't want to worry them. He is in a place that has a seal. For the time being, they can't leave. But don't worry, he and my mother will return together. Ha ha ha. Laughing with tears flowing down his face, Chief Wu Wei kept nodding his head. That's good, that's good. As long as he is safe, then I can't ask for anything more. That year I did the stupidest thing possible and nearly ruined Yunfeng. Now that when Yunfeng was safe and sound, the father felt the burden lifting from his shoulder. Jun Tianyu also felt relieved and secretly wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. She's a mother. To be able to know her son was happy was something she always wanted. Yen Yen, you are really the lucky star of our fairy house. Since you appeared, we've not only got news of Ning'er, your mother, they're also reunited. I'm so happy I can't begin to describe my happiness. Oh yes, did you know our two families have all reached the celestial rank? The celestial rank for a cultivator may not be much elsewhere, but in the human world, it's the pinnacle of power. Bai Yan would like to continue explaining her father's situation, but upon further thought and the sensitivity of Heavenly's existence, she decides to hold it in. It's best for the man to explain it himself when the time comes. Grandfather, Grandpa, Uncle, Grandma. It's time for us to go. The Demon Queen gets a bit emotional as she glanced over her relatives. I believe a time will come where we're all reunited again. Please wait for that day. Jun Tianyu quickly nodded in agreement. She's very proud of this granddaughter and never questioned her ability to achieve anything in life. Then turning to her uncle Bai Zhanpeng, Bai Yan's eyes grew naughty. Uncle, I know you are not getting any younger, so I hope the next time I return, you will have an aunt waiting for me. Bai Zhanpeng's face turned to stone. I will try, I will try. Humph. Bai Changfeng snorts and sounded very displeased. You've been saying that for so long, you can't keep fooling us anymore. I'm giving you a final deadline. If you can't get a wife before Xiaofan gets one, then I will stuff the medicine sect over your head. Father, you're really going too far. Bai Zhanpeng grits his clattering teeth in horror. Just now when Bai Changfeng mentioned that he would let Bai Yan's children take over, he honest to God thought he was safe. When did his freedom become so frail and pricey? Return to the lawn house. 3. Shut up. Wait until you bring back a wife, then we can talk. Until then, you as a man that doesn't have a wife or child have no right to talk. Bai Changfeng huffs and puffs and was ready to blow his son apart. Bai Zhanpeng couldn't talk back. Instead, he turns to Bai Yan for help using those pleading eyes. Yet, rather than speaking up for her uncle, Bai Yan acts like she didn't see him and chuckled. That's a good arrangement, that way we won't have to bother my children in the future. The medicine sect will depend on you, uncle. Hearing this, Bai Zhanpeng's face turned green with despair. This girl thinks I can't find a woman home? No matter, Xiaofan will take another decade before he gets a wife. I still have plenty of time. How hard can it be to fall in love? Let's go then, children. After giving her final farewell, Bai Yan led the way with her 3 kids for the next location. We're going to the Lu Hua Kingdom. Since Bai Yan first appeared in the Holy Land, the news of her return has spread like wildfire. Of the most shocked and happiest would have to be the beast tamer sex leader Fang Yufeng, who swore fealty to the steambun way back. You're saying Mrs. Bai Yan and her son is back? Yes, my lord, we got credible confirmation that they say her heading into the Holy Land. Right now her current projection should be the medicine sect with the latest information we have. The person below respectfully reported. Fang Yufeng slowly sat back down on his chair after he jumped up earlier, his chest thumping uncontrollably with excitement. Have Elder Lei go seek an audience with Mrs. Bai Yan on our behalf? No, I better go in person instead. After all, she and her son is no longer the same anymore. Back then in the palace ground, he didn't know Bai Yan's identity and merely swore fealty to Bai Xiachen due to the glass dragon submitting to the boy. However, with more and more news returning of her grand feat over the years, he understood it's not only her son that's incredible and part of the prophecy, but she too was a woman of legendary proportion. Like being the granddaughter of the medicine sect and fairy house. Like her husband being the ruler of the demon realm. Without a doubt, he's absolutely grateful that the destined child in the prophecy wasn't Nangong Lin. I wonder if those of the Bai House and Crown Prince's manor were to be alive today, would they regret their decisions knowing her identity? Lu Hua Kingdom. Like always, the bustling noise from the tea shops and local vendors didn't change. It's just as lively as Bai Yan remembered while walking through memory lanes. However, right as she was about to come before the estate that she had in this kingdom, mainly kept in order by her subordinate Hualuo of the flower brothel, a loud commotion caught her ears from the side. It's a loud screeching cry of pain from the manor next to her own, accompanied then by a scolding voice of a middle-aged man chasing a round ball of flesh through the front door. Stinking brat, you really grown now, how dare you tease girls in open daylight on the streets? I will definitely break your legs today. Return to the lawn house, for Wang Deqiu angrily chased his son out from the inside with a whipping stick in hand. He's showing the brat what it means to be a human being. In response, the chubby repeatedly jumped and rolled at the pain on his butt. He's screaming like a banshee, which soon caused the passerby on the street to look over. Suddenly, Wang Deqiu's whipping action stopped, his face slowly looking up to make a surprised face at the woman standing at the neighboring door. Mr. Wang, it's been a long time. Bai Yan greets the former neighbors with a friendly smile. Even after several years, these two are still like this and unable to control their temper and attitude. Boss! Wang Xiaopeng the chubby exclaims in joy after seeing the steambun's figure. He's all tears and sobs all over that squealy face. Boss, you are finally back. Woohoo, my father wants to kill me, you must save me. Bai Xiachen looked to his friend who's leaking snot all over. Immediately, his expression sank. Xiaopeng, did you make your father angry again? I didn't do much, I only teased a young lady on the street a bit. I didn't touch her or anything, really. The chubby cries and defends himself. Wang Xiaopeng, it is wrong to tease a little girl. You must change this bad habit of yours, otherwise no one will want to be your wife later. The way he speaks, the steambun sounds like he's a small adult already and knows better. Wang Deqiu's heart instantly sighed at this image. Look at how sensible other people's children are, and look at his own. How could there be a comparison? He would be lucky if this darn brat didn't send him to an early grave. Mr. Deqiu, how come you are here in the Luhua kingdom and not at the fairy house? Bai Yan didn't pay heed to the kid's conversation and spoke with her neighbor instead. Making a friendly smile, the man understood why she would ask such a question. Actually, I chose to come live here. Staying at the fairy house to act as the gatekeeper is simply not suitable for me anymore after experiencing the freedom on the outside. That's why I brought my kids with me and moved back here. Bai Yan raised an eyebrow. That's good to hear. I thought you were wronged by the fairy house and left. Wronged? How is that possible, Mrs. Bai Yan? After they learned of my connection with you and Xiachen, everyone treats me with the utmost respect and wouldn't think about crossing me. Wang Deqiu proudly cocks his head up like a damn peacock. Like father like son. The chubby immediately shot his father a remark to bring him back to earth. If it weren't for me being friends with boss, would you even have the opportunity to know Sister Bai Yan? Wang Deqiu's prideful face instantly disappeared over his son's call out. Going green, the man shot a fierce stare at the chubby for warning. And sure enough, it worked and sent the kid packing to hide behind Bai Xiachen for cover. Boss, this lovely little sister is. Suddenly, Wang Xiaopeng noticed the tiny pipsqueak standing next to Bai Yan. His eyes lit up at the sight of the adorableness. On the other hand, Bai Xiachen's face went black. Xiaopeng, I'm warning you, she's my little sister, so you better not have any ideas about her. Otherwise, I will break your leg. Huh, if she's your little sister then she's my little sister. How can I have ideas about my little sister? The chubby pats his chest and spoke with reassurance, don't worry, I will do my utmost to protect our sister. First shooting his friend a look, then assessing that chubbiness, the steambun puckers his lip to the side and commented, don't assume my sister is weak just because of her age. She is likely stronger than you, so if there's danger, she will probably have to protect you instead. Return to the lawn house. 5. How is that possible? Wang Xiaopeng made a disbelieving face. Your sister is still so young, how can she protect me? Di Lingyan's beamed with naughty light after that remark. With a grinning face, she caught up to the chubby spot and reached out to grab his hand. All smiles at the physical contact. Boss, your little sister is trying to be friends with me. Hiss, painful, painful. From the surface, the pipsqueak's hand doesn't appear strong or threatening, but the grip she performed on the chubby was on a level he never experienced. It's crushing his bone and causing the boy to shout and tear up. Chubby brother, how come you are so frail? Di Lingyan loosens her tiny hand and spoke with glee in those eyes, even I am stronger than you. Rubbing his hand like an injured rabbit, the chubby showed confusion and fear at the girl's innocent appearance. This was especially true when the pipsqueak started to swing her body left and right. It's alarming and caused him to jolt backwards. Wang Deqiu was equally as shocked. This little girl is only 2 years old at best, right? A 2 years old have this much power. As expected of Bai Yan's daughter. Wang Deqiu snickers a grin at his own son, that face taking joy in the disaster befalling the chubby. How is that? I like to see you go tease girls again. You think you can tease just anyone? Better let you learn the hard way before it's too late. The chubby puffs his cheeks up like a pumpkin over the remark, is this even my old man? How can he be so happy that his son is being taught a lesson? Mr. Deqiu, I'm going to visit the lawn house right now. If someone from the flower brothel visits, could you pass on a message for me to have them gather at my manor until my return? Okay. Wang Deqiu nodded. During this period, they've often send people over to clean your estate. I'm sure one of them will be coming later today. Bai Yan smiled with warmth and sighed, thank you, then I'll leave the matter to you. Xiachen, Ling Yan, Jin Tian, come, we're going now. Having said that, she turned for the lawn house in the other direction. The lawn house, compared with the fall of a few years ago, have long transformed into a new light. Countless strong people would visit just so they could have a chance to make a connection with the 3 great powers through their hands. However, this family never thought about doing that, hence their refusal to entertain these individuals and turned a blind eye. Unfortunately, those hopeful souls didn't understand this fact and continued to pester the lawn house. As a result, old Lord Lon was forced to stay inside his home for a period of time. Only then did the stampede of visitors quench for a while. Nevertheless, the number of visitors continued to block the doors of the estate. This was the startling picture that welcomed Bai Yan when she arrived outside to the long lines. Mother, are these relatives of the lawn house? Why haven't I met them before? Bai Xiachen rubs his nose and asked in bewilderment. I suspect they are here seeking an audience with them. Bai Yan shrugged, Xiachen, look after your siblings while we're here. Okay. The steam bun was afraid of them hurting her sister, so he immediately pulled the pipsqueak closer while leaving the little glutton to their mother. "Hey, don't cut in line." It's then a person yelled in scolding tone while they walked over, "Do you not see us all waiting in line? If want to meet Lord Lon, then wait like the rest of us in the back." Bai Yen ignored this rude man and continued forward. She had no reason to entertain these strangers. Return to the Lon house. 6. Bai Xiaochen's eyebrow gently formed a frown at the voice, but since he saw Bai Yen didn't pay the guy any heed, he didn't either and continued to follow. "Hey, I'm talking to you, did you hear that? What's wrong with you?" The young man in line saw that he's being ignored and spoke again with more vigor in his angry voice. However, right as he's about to call Bai Yen out some more, the guards to the Lon house noticed the commotion and promptly came over. "Lady Bai Yen, you're back." The guard was full of excitement that he nearly stuttered in his words. "Do you need me to inform the housemaster?" "No, I'll just go in on my own." Bai Yen dismissively shakes her head and walked in without turning around. The young man stared blankly at the woman in red without noticing she had already gone inside. He's stiff and awkward when asking the doorman, "This, brother, just now that lady. Which lady of the Lon house is she?" The guard looked back at the youth, his face unfriendly to say the least. "What do you think?" "Lady Bai Yen? How many Bai Yen was there in the Lon house?" The youth's face got palish white, his teeth beginning to clatter due to the intense fear filling his veins. Aside from the adopted daughter of the Lon house, who else would I address so politely? You really got some nerve. How dare you behave rudely before her ladyship? I bet no one in the entire land dares to do what you just did." The youth went numb as he collapsed to the ground. Mrs. Lon Yu's adopted daughter, the disciple of the Holy Land's elders, the granddaughter of the medicine sect and fairy house. God, I dared to have the Lon house's lady go to the back and line up. Others are coming to their senses by then. With sympathetic eyes toward the youth, they wanted to both snicker and laugh at the same time. Thank goodness we didn't speak up earlier, otherwise we will be in the same shoe as him. He would be lucky if he's not hated by the Lon house. The youth's face was getting whiter and whiter after understanding the blunder he's incurred. Not daring to stay any longer, he quickly climbs up from the ground and fled with the tail behind his legs. "Guard brother, when will old Lord Lon be willing to meet guests?" Only after that fleeing figure disappear from view did a person ask. "Oh, our housemaster is feeling unwell, so we're not meeting guests." "Unwell? When did a cultivator become so frail? Who you kidding?" But no one dared to question the doorman's word and continued, "That's all right, we can keep waiting here until old Lord Lon is well and willing to meet us. Don't mind us, Mr. Guard, we will be fine right here. These people are all famous individuals on these parts, respected and strong in their own rights." Yet in front of a lowly doorman, they had no choice but to keep a friendly attitude without looking weak. As the old saying goes, once a person rises, all the cronies beneath them gets it too. Lon house inner courtyard. Di Ling Yan's bright little eyes curiously scanned the place with shining stars flashing from within. "Mother, is this great-grandfather Lan's home?" "Yes." Bai Yen warmly caresses her daughter's hair. "This is where your grandmother Lon Yu grew it from. I was adopted by her during my childhood and was greatly loved. Her side of the family too, they're all wonderful people who wouldn't yield to power and evil. During my darkest time, they are the ones who stood by my side, so don't forget this bond." That said, a strong powerful emotion swirls out from within those eyes. Bai Yen couldn't stop staring at the familiar grounds that gave her such good memories. "The visitors, cousin, you are back." A cry of surprise came from the front. When Bai Yen looked up, she's suddenly welcomed by that woman wearing her iconic light blue dress and rushing over. She's all smiles and sweet like a wonderful apple. Compared with a few years ago, today's Lan Xiaoyun was more beautiful and mature, giving off a genuine air of beauty with posture. "Big Bai." It's exactly in the moment where Bai Yen wanted to open her mouth, another familiar voice cuts in from the side. Stunned due to how unexpected this was, Bai Yan had to take a second to shift her sight over to that young white figure. He has a beautiful handsome face. Like the girl, the young man was also dyed with excitement as he strolled over. Wenru? Why is this guy at the lawn house? Using the momentary stupor due to his own entry, Wenru, the guy who lost to Bai Yan in a contest all those years ago, quickly came up and made a aggrieved face. He's all sad and pitiful like a abandoned pet who needs comfort from his mistress. Big Bai, you and Little Bai left for so many years. Why didn't you come back sooner? I've been so lonely without company. Looking at the boy's silly yet lovable face, Bai Yan smirked in amusement as she rubbed her own chin in thought. Wenru, shouldn't you be explaining to me on why you're here first? When did you become so familiar with the lawn house? Rubbing his nose shyly, the guy shot a peek over to Lan Xiaoyun before answering, well, isn't Xiaoyun your cousin? Since you left, I've been watching over the lawn house for you. This way I can also know the first moment you come back. Don't you know how hard it is to keep track of your whereabouts? Is that right? Bai Yan's grin deepens greatly as her sight shifted between the two like she's seeing candy in a jar. Why do I feel like you're out for something else instead? Hearing this, Wenru immediately lowered his head in embarrassment because he got caught. Indeed, he's here for Lan Xiaoyun. After his first meeting with this frank and kind girl, he's been captivated by her free-spirited personality. It's just that, some words mustn't be spoken aloud, otherwise even the friendship would be gone. Cousin, you misunderstood Sir Wenru. Lan Xiaoyun hooks her arms around Bai Yan's. He came on behalf of the flower brothel, there's no other meaning. Bai Yan and Bai Xiachen shot each other a look due to this behavior. When did she begin to defend for others? Big Bai, Wenru's clear clean eyes turns to the twins. This must be the twins mentioned by Xiaoyun before. Oh my, they are so lovely. Only you and your husband can produce such fine children. He reached out his hand and pinched the twins' cheek. Ling Yan was very curious at this handsome young man. However, her twin brother Jean Tian was more upset due to being chubbier. Uncle, I'm already fatter than my sister and brother. If you keep pinching my cheek then I will grow even fatter. Jean Tian protests unhappily. The visitors, too, in reality, Jean Tian wasn't considered chubby at all. His body was small and could be lifted up by one hand. However, he had baby fat on his face that never faded, therefore he appeared more chubby than he really was. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun. Who did you say just came back? Old Lord Lan and others came running after hearing the news. There's a long line behind the old grandpa due to the commotion, but none were more emotional than the old madam with her crutch in hand. She's choking for words as the tears swelled outward. Cousin. Lan Xiaoling and Lan Xiaoyan were full of joy. They are Bai Yan's two male cousin and was just as happy to see their lucky star. And Xiachim, you're all back. With great happiness of her own, Bai Yan felt so warmed inside at the family gathered before herself, grandfather, grandmother, big cousin, second cousin, I'm back. How come uncle and aunt is missing? Oh don't worry Yan, my father is accompanying my mother to her side of the family. I bet they would be turning in their stomachs if they knew you were coming back during their visit. Lan Xiaoyun explains gleefully and gives the woman another hug. It's been more than 2 years since Bai Yan left the human world. You rascal, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming back? Old Lord Lan huffs a grunt despite being equally as excited. He just couldn't keep his old habits away and puts on a stubborn front. If you had given us notice, I would have had the servants prepare everything and remove those outside the door. They didn't try to block you, did they? Toward these unwelcome door knockers, all of the family members present were resentful and disliked the attention. They've been harassed on multiple occasions already, so staying inside was their only recourse. Speaking of which, I've wanted to ask this myself. Bai Yan's mood seems to get serious. Do all those people come to the lawn house every day? The old Gramps sighed, that's already considered small. Before it was the entire street being flooded. I couldn't do anything, so I and the rest of the family hid ourselves inside the home. Only then did some of them lose the idea of seeing us. Bai Yan's frown grew deeper as a result. She had previously let loose her relationship with the lawn house so they would rise and not be picked on again. But if it's going to affect their lives, then what point was there? Grandfather, next time don't hold back and drive them away. It doesn't matter if you throw them out or use a broom. Bai Yan sneered with contempt at those people who wants to use her family. Taken aback for a bit, old Lord Lan's voice sounded hesitant. Is that okay? Wouldn't it affect the medicine sect's reputation? What if people start saying we are using your connection to bully the weak? What of it? This land has always been about the strong. Bai Yan doesn't hold back. Since the lawn house is at the top, then it's only normal we behave as such. Why should we care about what others think when they have nothing to do with us? In the future, let the public know that a visitation slip must be sent beforehand. And if they don't get a reply, that's a rejection on your part. The visitors, 3, old Lord Lan got quiet there. He's lived for so long yet didn't understand that simple fact. On this piece of land, the strong holds the truth, and the weak can only submit. Since their lawn house has the support of the medicine sect, what should they be afraid of? Of course, if it's only with the lawn house, then this old grandfather would have driven them away without a second of hesitation, but this wasn't. What if their actions brought a bad name to Bai Yan and those close to her? That wasn't an outcome he wanted to become a reality. Big cousin, second cousin, you will need to take charge of the lawn house in the future. If Grandpa gets too worried and can't decide, both of you make it for him instead. Bai Yan smiles reassuringly. Our lawn house will never need to rely on others to dictate our actions from now on. The eyes of the Lan brothers were beaming. They had long wanted to drive those annoying pests away, so this permission was a genuine blessing. Seriously, it's bad enough they're stopping them from going outside like usual, it's even worse when they try to dump their daughters into their hands like some sort of gift. It's insane. Bai Yan then turns back to her grandfather, old Lord Lan. Grandfather, from my recollection, you were never one to do things so wishy-washy. Why are you distorting your own standards now? Is it because of me? In that case, I'm telling you that you need to fear nothing. No one can make me or any of us do what they want. It will only be us dictating others now and into the future. Indeed, old Lord Lan was worrying about too many things. Before he would dare make a stand before the royal family despite having no backing, and what did he do now? He's bending his own standards after gaining status and power. If that's not irony, then what else was it? In addition, you have to remember, grandfather, Bai Yan's expression grew serious, standing behind you isn't the medicine sect, but me. I do not need to rely on anyone else to protect others, I alone am enough to make this land tremble. No matter what happens, I will always stand behind you and the rest of the family. If others have an opinion, then they can take it up with me in the demon realm. I like to see them cross over to see me if they dare. After that proud proclamation, Bai Yan's figure was powerful and reliable, giving off a dominating air akin to her own husband's. Feeling emotional at the support, old Lord Lan quickly nodded. I understand, I've been foolish for no real reason. From now on I won't lower my standards for the sake of others, I will only do what we like. That's right. Bai Yan smiles right into her eye after hearing what she wanted. Grandfather, your current strength is also at the celestial rank, it's time you take out the air of being a supreme being in these lands. I do not want someone to mistake the lawn house as an easy target for no apparent reason other than being quiet. Having your lives affect like this is silly and unreasonable. If I had known my exposure would cause such trouble for all of you, then I would have warned the world loud and clear from the very beginning. When she refined the divine god Dan pills, she had divided it among her family and friends. One of them was old Lord Lan, who got a share for the first batch. Ha ha ha. The old Gramps cheerfully laughed. A few years ago he wouldn't even dream about becoming one of the strongest beings on these lands, and now it's reality. Divine god Dan pill? Lan Xiaoyun hurriedly spoke up with intense curiosity, "Cousin, do you still have more of those pills?" "The visitors, 4, Bai Yan shook her head, "I've distributed all of the ones I refined before. If necessary, I can make more for you. However, your strength is not enough to take it yet, it's too risky the way you are. First ascend to a higher rank, then we will see if you're suitable for that." "Yes, cousin." The Demon Queen's assurance was enough for Lan Xiaoyun. She's never doubted her cousin, so she's not going to start now. "Ling Yan, Jin Tian, go greet your great-grandfather and great-grandmothers." Bai Yan pats the twins to come forward. The two little ones never shied away since birth, so they sweetly came before the two grandparents. "Hello great-grandfather, great-grandmother." "Ache, ache, ache, good child." Old Madame Lan crouched down and lovingly gave the two soft buns a heart hug to satiate her melting heart. The more she looked, the happier appeared on the face. "Grandma, you're a lot younger looking than before." Bai Yan saw that there was no trace of wrinkles on her grandmother and brought it up. "Really?" Old Madame Lan stroked her face in joy, "It's probably because of the medicine you gave me before. I always take one each month. Now when I go out no one will even believe me when I say I'm 60-something years old. Cultivators age like everyone else, but once they achieve a certain power level, they would stop aging on the surface. For someone like old Madame Lan, she's not nearly strong enough to be eternally youthful on the surface, hence her reliance on Bai Yan's medicine and drugs to retain her youthful appearance." "Cousin, how long are you going to be back this time?" Lan Xiaoyan, the second male cousin, asks with smiles of his own, "We all miss you a lot." Bai Yan hung her eyes down due to her disappointing answer, "I will probably go back to the demon realm tomorrow. This time I'm only here to show Ling Yan and Jin Tian the place I used to live. They never seen any of you, so I wanted them to at least get that." "Is that so?" Lan Xiaoyan couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He expected more than a night of staying since it's their long-awaited reunion. "Yan, old Madame Lan puts the two milk buns down and reached out to hold the woman's hand, "Will you be staying here at the Lan estate tonight?" Bai Yan wanted to refuse, but suddenly saw hopeful light in her grandmother's eyes. Whatever word she had in mind was lost to the tummy. "Okay, we will stay here for the night. Besides, I believe there will be other people coming after they hear of my return. If any of you get word of the flower brothel and demon beast sect coming, let them come see me." Bai Yan pauses to think, "And if Wang Deqiu and his son comes too, go ahead and let them come see me as well." Smiles all over the face, old Madame Lan pats her granddaughter's hand in delight. "Then what about the palace? Her Highness the Dowager was mentioning about you before. If the Queen Mother and my student Nangong Zhuan wants to come, then that's fine too. As for everyone else, I'm not interested." She did not forget how the world treated her prior to the relationship with the Holy Land was exposed. Aside from those mentioned few people, she had no reason to keep contact with anyone else. "Okay, go rest first, I'm sure you and the kids are tired after a long journey back." Old Madame Lan relaxes after getting her wish. "The visitors, 5, cousin, I've kept the room you used to use in proper condition. You can go ahead and use it right away. But Ling Yan and Jin Tian will need a new room." Lan Xiaoyun grins mischievously, "And, I want to sleep with you today, cousin." Bai Xiaochen immediately clung onto his mother's arm after that comment and stared at the girl with alertness. "Auntie, how come you are trying to hog my mother as soon as we arrive? I know my father will not spare you if he finds out." Puckering her lips into a pinch, "What does it matter, Xiaochim, your father is not around right now. It's not often I get to see your mother, so let me have this one night. If not, let Ling Yan and Jin Tian sleep with me tonight. I want to snuggle with them. I'm sure they are soft and cuddly." Bai Xiaochen gawked in astonishment. Recalling back to the past, this auntie of his would stick to him like glue, and now he's got a feeling that he's an extra that's unwanted. Bai Yan reached out and knocked her cousin's head. "Quit making a fuss, you go rest by yourself." Xiaofan is going to accompany Ling Yan, and Jin Tian likes to sleep by himself. As for me, I'm used to sleeping on my own too. Ah. Lan Xiaoyun pouts like a child that didn't get their toy. Xiaofan, Ling Yan, Jin Tian, go have a good rest for now, we will be getting some visitors later. Making a lazy stretch, Bai Yan found herself to be more and more tired recently. This wasn't exactly normal, yet it wasn't so odd either that it warrants special attention. Since Bai Yan appeared on the human world, news of her return spread like wildfire and caused people from all over to visit. As a result, the entire Luhua kingdom was suddenly bombarded by travelers making their way over to the Lan house. Unfortunately for these hopeful individuals, the Lan house wasn't so kind this time around. They're putting up a tough front and blocked off their doors to drive them away. This saddened the visitors, but it also relieved the guards at the door since they no longer needed to deal with this bunch. Sunset. At this moment in the back courtyard of the Lan house, Bai Yan was laying comfortably inside a pavilion with her legs stretched out like a seductive snake. She's incredibly mesmerizing in her posture that could easily win a man over. Hualuo, Fang Yufeng, I didn't expect both of you to arrive at the same time. It's been so long since we met. Bai Yan gracefully sat up, her lips donning a stunning smile. How is the flower brothel and demon beast sect doing? Hualuo, the head lady of the brothel, spoke first. Mistress, I've been developing as you instructed. If not for the three powers having celestial rank cultivators, we would have caught up long ago. Narrowing her eyes in at the last line, Bai Yan examines her subordinate with careful scrutiny. Gradually, she chuckles in appeasement. Very good, you've made incredible progress while I was away. With your strength, it's possible for you to take Divine God Dan pill to advance further. I believe it's due for you to head into the celestial rank. Full of joy on her face, the lady flew into elation. Thank you, mistress. Nangong Zhuan's will, 1, milady. Then amid Bai Yan's momentary daze of watching the two people leaving, a maid hurried over and spoke. The palace's people have come. The palace? Bai Yan curves her lips into a great smile. Aside from Her Highness the Dowager and Nangong Zhuan, the others can stay outside. Once they know that she's back, it's unavoidable those from the court would come seeking an audience. However, there's only 2 who would be granted an audience. As for the rest, they could get lost for all she cares. But obviously this time the Demon Queen was wrong in her guess. Aside from the mentioned 2 people she's willing to meet, no one else came, including the previous king. They've been firmly warned to stay away by Nangong Zhuan, who has become the new king. Back then, when Bai Yan accepted the bullied young orphan prince as her student, his life had gone through heaven and earth. No longer was he a disdained child, he was prized as the only connection to the great powers. On top of that, the previous king abducted the throne in haste and installed the boy as the new ruler. But time wasn't without its difficulties for Nangong Zhuan. At the beginning he knew nothing, nor did he want to use the Lan house and others to his own benefit. Of course, Bai Zhanpeng of the medicine sect knew of the boy's troubles and secretly moved things, but that didn't change the efforts of the young lad who had no experience. Fortunately, he survived the great difficulties and earned his own place in life. Front courtyard. The afterglow of the sunset poured down and fell upon a young man who stood stoically along the leading path. He was accompanied by the dowager, who was clearly younger and alive than a few years ago. Majesties, the lady wants to see both of you now. The maid respectfully reports. Nangong Zhuan nodded to the young maid and took his grandmother's arm to head inside. Immediately after they entered to the back area, they were welcoming with the sight of that dazzling female in the pavilion. Just like in his memory, that reddish figure was a shining beam of hope, bringing warmth to his world at first glance. Even if Bai Yan never taught him anything but was his teacher only in name, she's given him way more than he could ever ask for. Dowager, little Zhuan, you're here. Bai Yan stood up to welcome the 2 familiar faces, where she fell into a momentary trance after seeing the old queen's sleekish black hair. It's been a while since I met the dowager, but it appears she's gotten younger, looking like my grandmother here. They are probably using my Dan pills like instructed before. Flushing red in the eyes due to the emotions running through his vein, Nangong Zhuan was full of attachment towards this benefactor. Shifu, I did not fail to live up to your hopes. Right now, the Lu Hua kingdom has become the leader of the four kingdoms. Blinking after hearing those words, she promptly turned towards the youngster who has grown by leaps and bounds. He's no longer a young kid, but a mature young man who's quite handsome in his own right. Little Zhuan, you've grown magnificently. Also, you do need to address me as so. I took you as my student because I fancied your talent, but I failed as your teacher since I couldn't teach you anything over the years due all the circumstances. Nangong Zhuan's will, too, that word of being called Shifu left her feeling very much guilty inside. On the other hand, Nangong Zhuan was stunned and started at the woman with an inexplicable look of shock like he's ready to cry. Shifu, do you not want me anymore? Bai Yan smiled and shook her head. I just feel that I've failed in being your Shifu and doesn't deserve it. I taught you nothing so far. Whatever achievement you have today is your own effort. In just a few years, this boy's strength has increased a lot, and perhaps in the future he would stand at the peak of this world. It was Xiaofan who saved me from the hands of that bully. I didn't have a mother, and it was you who let me have a taste of a mother's warmth in that few days we were together. In this life, I will only look to you as my Shifu and mother. Nangong Zhuan stubbornly raises his face, those eyes determined and unyielding. I know where you are now, isn't it just the celestial realm? Wait 10 years, after 10 years, I will definitely go find you. Bai Yan's smile became more and more obvious. Alright, I'll gladly wait for you. Nangong Zhuan breaks into a smile at the approval. Shifu, my father ran away from home since last year and left me the Lu Hua kingdom. I'm not able to do it yet, but I promise that I will turn this kingdom into a nation worthy to stand beside the three great powers. I will turn it into an empire. That way you won't lose face when I go to the celestial realm. His Shifu was recognized as the most extraordinary person in these lands, therefore, how could he bring shame to Bai Yan's prestige by bringing nothing to the table? It's good to have ambitions. Bai Yan pats the young lad on the shoulder. Since you already assumed the position of a king, where's your queen? Nangong Zhuan shakes his head. I don't want to marry a wife so quickly. I envy you and your husband, Shifu. In the future, I also want to have only one love for one life. Until I meet a suitable woman, I won't marry. A cultivator's life expectancy was extremely long anyways, he had plenty of time to wait. That's fine, I like and support your idea. Bai Yan felt proud of the boy's determination and pleasing personality. Turning to the dowager, Your Highness, I hope that you won't force Zhuan to marry either, I want him to be happy. The Empress Dowager smiled bitterly as a response. I don't have a problem with my grandson not marrying either, but those ministers have other ideas in mind and constantly attempts to dump their daughters on him. I was hoping you can speak with them and refuse on Zhuan's behalf. Yener. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes in thought. Why do kings and emperors have all numbers of wives? Probably not because the man himself actually liked those females, but rather it's because of the ministers wanting to send their daughters into the royal bed chamber. Highness, you can tell them to come speak to me next time. I will be happy to lecture them on this subject in the demon realm. Since the barrier separating all three realms are gone, I know they can travel if they dared. The dowager's heart slowly eased up at the promise. Going to the demon realm to find her? Those ministers wouldn't dare. Little Zhuan, I haven't taught you anything, so I've always felt guilty about failing you as your mentor. This is a good opportunity, so take these elixirs. They can help you greatly in your cultivation. Nangong Zhuan's will. 3. Bai Yan took out a few bottles from the storage ring and wanted to stuff them into Nangong Zhuan's hand. Yet, instead of accepting the gift, the lad quickly withdrew his hand and placed it behind himself. Shifu, I want to rely on my own strength to find you, I don't want your elixirs to enhance my own power. If I do, would that still be me? Nangong Zhuan's eyes became more and more determined. Moreover, I believe in myself, and one day, I will catch up with you with my own efforts." Between her astonished eyebrows, Bai Yan didn't miss the dazzling stars in the lad's gaze. It's powerful and strong without any hint of deception or weakness. After a long time, she puts away the bottles and laughed. "All right, I will wait for you to come to me using your own ability. I also believe in you. With your talent, I know it won't take long. However, I will still teach you about alchemy and the experiences I gained during my own cultivation. Come back tomorrow and I will have the materials ready." In fact, the book she planned to give the young king had been prepared before. She's only missing a few pages to complete the content. An extra day would allow her to finish it. This time, Nangong Zhuan did not refuse and formed a shallow smile of joy. "Thank you, Shifu." Bai Yan's eyes nearly fell into a trance at that familiar manner of speaking. It reminded this demon queen too much of herself during times of hardship. "Mother, mother." It's then during her trance, a milky voice cuts in, followed closely by the sound of staggering steps rushing into her arms. Bai Xiaofan had been following closely behind the baby milk bun with worry in his eyes. The boy's afraid of his little sister accidentally falling. "Ling Yan, this is your granny dowager." Bai Yan places her daughter down after a brief hug, "and this young boy is also your big brother." "Hello, Granny Dowager." The little girl's smile was sweet, and her voice were soft and sticky like a rice dumpling. In particular were those two dimples on the cheek. It's like there's sweet wine in there, which warms the heart of those on the receiving end. "Such a beautiful little girl, is she your daughter?" The dowager showed a completely surprised face. She had seen many little girls of this age, but none of them were as delicate and lovely as Ling Yan was. Her face was red and fluttering with sheen in those watery eyes. One only needs a glance to know she's clever and naughty. Such a little girl is really likable. "Big brother." Ling Yan turns to Nangong Zhuan and spoke with her crisp cuddly voice, "Hug." She opened her arms and looked like she wanted to hug. Nangong Zhuan's heart was about to melt under that adorableness. Without forethought, his body moved as requested and attempts to lift that baby. However, right as he did so, Bai Xiaofan also moved and promptly pulled his little sister to one side behind himself. "Ling Yan, how can you ask other boys for hugs?" Confused as she blinked those eyes, the pipsqueak tilts her head, "But isn't he my big brother too? Why can't I have hugs?" She pouted as if she didn't understand why her big brother would be unhappy. "Boss," Nangong Zhuan's immediately formed a smile with those clean eyes, "It's been so long." That only made the pipsqueak even more confused. In her view, the new brother was clearly bigger than her big brother, so it didn't make sense to use the word boss. "The fairy house's people are here." Bai Xiaofan pursed his lips and stared at the young king with wariness in those eyes. "Nangong Zhuan, I treat you like a brother, so you better not have any ideas about my sister." Just now, this bastard's eyes were about to stick to Ling Yan's body. Anyone can tell what he's thinking with a glance. A smile rose from Nangong Zhuan's young handsome self. Patting his boss's shoulder, "Boss, your sister is my sister. In this life, I won't let anyone bully our sister." After hearing this, Bai Xiaofan's wariness finally eased up a little. "You must remember your words today. If you dare hit on my sister, then me and my father will break your legs, you know." Faintly chuckling with a pang of sweat forming on his forehead, the young king understood how close he came to his own doom. There's no way he wouldn't know about his boss's protective nature of this young baby girl. After all, even before Ling Yan was before, the steam bun had already been talking about how he would cherish a little sister. "Yan, me and Zhuaner is purely here to see you." The dowager smiled lovingly as she spoke. "Now that we've seen your achievements, I can finally tell your mother Yuer that she can be at peace." Bai Yan's heart shook with emotions at that mention. She's got a lot of feelings about her adopted mother. Lan Yu was not her biological mother, but in her memory, this adoptive mother regarded her as her own. If it weren't for the things that happened later on, maybe the previous Bai Yan wouldn't have been so miserable. If you have the chance in the future, do come back and visit us in the Luhua kingdom more often. We won't bother you now. Joiner, accompany me to see old Madame Lan and the rest of the Lan house. I haven't seen my old friend for some time as well. The dowager sighed lightly due to how fate turned out. If my son Nangong Yuan, former king, had known Bai Yen would turn out so incredible, would he have stopped Nangong Yi's dissolution of the marriage arrangement? Unfortunately, there is no ifs in life. Even if Nangong Yi doesn't withdraw the marriage, I doubt Yenner would continue to accept that arrangement with her temperament. Yes, grandmother. Nangong Zhuan remains very respectful of her grandmother. Giving the tiny milk bun another look, the boy smiles gently as he leaned down. Sister Ling Yen, if you come again in the future, do come visit me. I will be happy to show you around if possible. After he said these words, the young king promptly turned away to depart under Bai Xiaofan's popping eyes. Bai Yen quietly watched as the pair left. She too wanted to spend more time with those she knew, but she also knew this reunion was short-lived and forcing it would only make it more painful. Suddenly, right as she was getting a little moody due to the short amount of time she had, the demon queen noticed two familiar energy signatures flying over from the sky. Shifu Zhongnan, Shifu Zhongbei, how come you two are here? In the sky, the two old figures gradually descended onto the courtyard, their cheerful voices resonating in the air. Ha ha ha, you didn't come see us in the fairy house, so we naturally had to come after we got word of your return. Bai Yen grinned at that comment. You know you didn't need to come. I had planned to come see you two tomorrow. But since you're here now, that would save me another trip to the fairy house, so I guess it's a good choice. Everyone she wanted to see was now seen, meaning she won't need to spend another day traveling and could go back to the demon realm at morning. Lassie, I haven't seen you for so long, how are you lately? Zhongbei laughed heartily as he touched the ground. By the way, how come your husband didn't accompany you on this trip? The fairy house's people are here, too. With a blank face, she lowered her eyes to cover the dark emotions under those eyes. Then looking back up after a long moment, she lightly smiles. He has other things to do at this period, so I brought my children back only so they can experience meeting all of you. Xiaochen, go find Jin Tian and bring him here to meet his grandchiefess. Okay. The steam bun lights up and quickly nodded before running off. Zhongnan watched that small figure leave before speaking. Xiaochen has grown so much during his time away. He's starting to be much like you and your husband, you know. After saying this, the old Gramps' gaze fell upon the tiny pipsqueak, those eyes gentle and soft. And this girl must be your daughter? Yes, she is my daughter, Di Ling Yen. Bai Yen pats her daughter to move back. Go on, sweetie, go greet your grandchiefess. Hello, grandchiefess. The pipsqueak says with a fantastic voice that could melt the coldest heart. It's too tender and too cuddly. Mother, mother. Not far away, a small milk bun staggered towards Bai Yen until he threw himself into those arms. Did you ask Big Brother to find me? Yes. Bai Yen pinches her boy's little nose and smiled warmly. These two are your grandchiefess as well, quickly go greet them. Turning around to meet Zhongnan and Zhongbei's gaze, the little glutton wasn't as soft as his twin sister. Instead, he proudly announced his words for all to hear, hello grandchiefess. Good child, Zhongbei bellowed out a heart laugh at the child's behavior. Yenner, all three of your children are outstanding. I can already imagine them taking a piece of this world for themselves in the future. Biting his finger, the little glutton didn't really understand and asked with his cute face, the world? Is it tasty? Zhongbei was stunned for a moment, chuckled as he replied, the world is not a food. Oh, then I don't want it, said the little glutton. I only want to eat good food. If it's not tasty, then I don't need it. Zhongnan stared at the boy with that baby fat before breaking out into a grin. All three of them have such strong personality. Yenner. Xiaochen is more mature and stable with a growing domineering attitude like your husband's. Ling Yen is clever and smart just like you. Jin Tian is absolutely adorable in how silly he is. Bai Yen doesn't have a single bad offspring. Although this Jin Tian is a little silly right now, but his desires are cut and dry. If he focuses this aspect correctly, he will achieve some marvelous things. I know he will. I don't need them to be outstanding in the future, I just want them to live life in peace and happiness. Watching her kids in front of herself, the demon queen felt complete and whole. That's why I am so desperate to grow stronger, it's so I can bring forth a peaceful and prosperous world. The two brothers from the fairy house had nothing more to add to that statement. They know this disciple of theirs had great goals in life. Whether it's for herself or those around, she's destined to achieve it eventually. Lassie, won't you go back to the fairy house with us for a while? Zhongbei was silent for a second before bringing forth his wish. There are others over there who misses you as well. The fairy house's people are here. 3. Bai Yan smiled faintly. Those who truly miss me is likely only you two and my close family members over there. I'm afraid the others are only asking for me because of my powers. To speak the truth, I don't like the fairy house. I can forgive grandfather for what he did out of consideration for my father, but the mistake of everyone else, I won't forgive them. How could she those at the fairy house when they forced her parents to separate? What, just so they could offer the guy to that fake goddess? Compared to the fairy house, she prefers the Holy Land and medicine sect. Therefore, unless it's for her father's sake, she would not be entering that unhappy place again in the near future. Zhongnan opened his mouth, wanting to argue the point but felt his student there was speaking the truth. Bai Yan was a disciple of the Holy Land elders, the granddaughter of Bai Changfeng who controls the medicine sect, and her alchemy was unmatched in these lands. Let's say she abandoned all these levels of identity, would those at the fairy house still want to accept her existence that came out of wedlock? The answer would be a big fat no. They would have driven her out eventually with threats and framing. I understand, then I will not force you to go back to the fairy house. But if you want to come back next time, do remember to inform us in advance. We will come to you instead. Zhongnan made a weak smile. Bai Yan nodded. I'm leaving the human world tomorrow, and when I come back next time, I'll definitely send a messenger ahead of time for you both. Also, I like to ask both of you to give me greetings to my small uncle since I won't get to see him on this visit. If the second young master knew that you still remembered him, he would definitely be very excited. Zhongbei bellows out a laugh. Scratching her cheek awkwardly since she knew what they were referring. That guy, has he married yet? Ho ho, Zhongnan guffaws a laugh as well. The second young master is still the same old him. He's always flirting with the females at the fairy house and refuses to settle down. Do you know how many times the Lord and Madam beat him for his behavior already? He just doesn't learn. If only he could be even a little bit like your parents, then perhaps he could at the very least take a wife instead of merely playing around. Bai Yan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my father only likes my mother, and my grandfather only has my grandmother. I'm wondering myself as well where he got his flirtatious personality from. None of the family has that characteristic. Zhongnan got quiet like he's musing over the subject. Perhaps, he merely didn't find the right one yet? If it could be assumed that way then it all made sense. Why settle down if you didn't find the right one? After all, none of Bai Yan's family lineage had a case of a womanizer before. Perhaps that guy only plays around because he also wants a woman that he truly loves. If that's the case, Uncle Sun Huan will definitely regret his current behavior. Bai Yan's eyes narrowed into slit. When he meets the woman he likes in the future, these debts he made today will definitely come back and haunt him. No matter his excuse, love affairs aren't so cut and dry. Not to mention he already has several concubines in his home without status. What are they going to do? I can already see him having a headache for years to come. The fairy house's people are here, for, unfortunately, the second young master just didn't listen, and even the good-tempered madam wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhongnan shook his head helplessly. The family discipline of the fairy house was already strict to begin with. It's honestly baffling for such well-disciplined parents to produce such a flirtatious child. Mother, Di Ling Yen tugged at Bai Yan's sleeve, her hands rubbing her eyes. I am sleepy, I want nappy. Okay sweetie, she gentles pecks her daughter on the forehead, I'll take you back to your room to sleep now. After saying this, she raised her head and looked towards Zhongnan and Zhongbei. Shifus, I won't stay and entertain you anymore, but if you want to stay for a while then I will ask grandfather to arrange the guest rooms for you both. Me and Ling Yan will go back to our room and rest. Zhongnan nodded slowly. Then you go ahead, don't worry about us. We can arrange things ourselves. Hearing this, Bai Yan didn't say much more and turned to her two sons. You two should also go back and rest. We got a long trip back to the demon realm. She had been away for a few days by this point. She's wondering if Ditsang had finished his business and gone back. Not knowing this made her anxious and hoped to return to that silver-haired and purple-robed figure. Flower brothel. What stood before people's eyes were song and laughter. Unlike other brothels where women are miserable and sad all the time, the situation in this establishment was glowing and bright. Most of the girls carried themselves well with fine clothes and respected personal space. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the wine-scented room where Mu Qing Song resides, this former mistress of the Music Valley was currently being taken advantage of by a pair of filthy hands from a fatso. Her body was no longer as white and clean as before. Instead, she had bruises in certain places and was forced to smile before her guests. By the way, did you hear? Bai Yan of the Lu Hua Kingdom has returned in recent days. Mu Qing Song was just in the middle of pouring wine when her hands trembled and nearly dropped the bottle. Quickly lowering her eyes after the fact, there's unwillingness and resentment in that look. She couldn't understand why Ditsang would be so cruel to herself. Was it to express his feelings for such a woman? Such a man. He's too ruthless. I already knew this, how can I not? Countless forces on the continent came to visit her, and only the people of the Demon Beast sect and Flower Brothel got to get an audience. The man wearing a green robe replies with a shake of his head, but this Bai Yan really is a lucky one. Turns out she's only a adopted daughter of Lan Yu, while her real mother is the young lady of the medicine sect and her father the young master of the fairy house. As for herself, it's said that even the princess of the Holy Land would worship Bai Yan like she's her idol. Sighing when mentioning the last bit, the guy sounded jealous. With all three powers related to her, who can ever compare to that Bai Yan anymore? Mu Qing Song clenched her teeth due to the conversation around. It's making her difficult to breathe. She hated Bai Ruo for misleading and sending herself down this hellish road. From a fairy-level existence, she's now a prostitute that has to sleep with filthy men to make a living. Worst off, she's not even allowed to flee due to all the eyes watching her. That's old news, my friend. Another guy in the room chimes in, so what if the three powers are related to her? There's more explosive news that just came into my lap. The fairy house's people are here, 5-0. The green-robed man looked at him in surprise. Wang Jiang, do you have something we don't know then? Wang Jiang, who was being served by Mu Qing Song, smiled triumphantly as if he's enjoying the attention from everyone inside the room. That's a given. Didn't I tell you I met someone from the fairy house before when I journeyed around for training? Guess what, that person told me the identity of Bai Yan's husband. Identity? The green-robed man was stunned and got curious. He is the king of the demon realm. Do you get it now? The reasoning for that phenomenon of all animals bowing towards the Lu Hua kingdom is because of Bai Yan's son, not that Bai Ruo's runt. Wang Zhang's attitude was full of disdain when mentioning Bai Ruo's name. Mu Qing Song's face became more pale than ever, causing that smile to disappear altogether. Ditsang is the king of the demon realm? Now it all made sense on why Ditsang would be so dismissive of herself. What grand beauty that man hadn't seen. Why should he bother with herself who's only the mistress of the Music Valley? Yet, one thing remains unforgivable in this slut's eye, and that was Bai Yan's fortune. Why should someone like that stand above herself? Also, you don't know this, but can you guess why the three powers would all of a sudden have celestial rank masters among their roster? This secret was told to me by that friend from the fairy house. It's because of Bai Yan. She created a special drug called the Divine God Dan pill for those at a bottleneck. Wang Zhang saw the shocked gazes from all around and felt elated, so, it's only to be expected for such an outstanding woman to marry the king of the demon realm. Clack! The wine jug slipped out of Mu Qing Song's hand and caused the liquid to splash all over her customer's robe. Slut, how dare you! In his rage after being dirted, Wang Jiang jumped up and slaps the lady across the face, sending her crashing down like a fallen leaf. Mu Qing Song's cheek instantly got red and swollen from the impact, but more than that crashing sound was the laughter coming out of her mouth. She's mad, laughing like a crazy lunatic. There's infinite resentment and hatred in those eyes. Bang! The green-robed man also joined his friend and stomped at the hysteric lady. But no matter what the two did to her, Mu Qing Song didn't stop and got louder and louder. What now? Wang Jiang grew a little flustered. He secretly ran out to have fun tonight without his wife knowing. If he drives this woman crazy, then it would blow up. By then, his wife would definitely find out and he would be finished. Quick, go find the nanny to fix this mess. The green-robed man had quick wits and fled for the main hall downstairs. Meanwhile, back on the floor, Mu Qing Song continued to cry and laugh like a crazy lunatic. She had never lost herself like this before. Not when Di Tsang abolished her strength, nor did she collapse when Bai Yan threw her into this brothel to service men. But now, after hearing the grand achievements of that hateful woman, Mu Qing Song finally crumbled. She's totally lost. Bai Yan. If there's a next life, if I get another chance, I will definitely steal all of your happiness. I will take everything that you hold dear. The fairy house's people are here. 6. Why can Bai Yan be so happy? And I be so wronged? It's not fair. This world is so unfair. So, if there is a second life, I will definitely take away her happiness and leave her with nothing. Next day. The morning light was just beginning when Bai Yan slowly opened the door and allowed the brightness to land on her gorgeous face. Little Jun, so early? She only needed a glance to see the waiting teenager outside. Nangong Zhuan smiles faintly as he replies, I was afraid Shifu would wait too long, so I came at sunrise. Since you are here, then I will hand over these 2 books to you. Bai Yan took out 2 books from her sleeve and offered it over to the teen. Nangong Zhuan, me and Xiaofan will wait for you. I hope you can live up to my hopes and find your place among us within 10 years as you promised. With your talent, I know you can do it. Shifu, I will not disappoint. The young man's clear eyes were firm as he vowed in a calm, decisive tone. Bai Yan didn't say anything more and silently patted her student on the shoulder before bypassing the teen. She said all that she needed. Any more would be pointless. In the distance, the mother could see her twins saying their farewell to Lan Xiaoyun in the courtyard. However, the mother didn't find her eldest by Xiaofan. How come Xiaofan isn't around? She asks after looking around. Mother, Di Lingyan's eyes lit up and threw her tiny body onto the woman's arm. Big brother said he's going to say goodbye to his chubby friend before coming back. That brought a smile to Bai Yan's face. She understood why her boy would do that. After all, in these lands, the chubby kid was one of the few friends since coming into this world. Then we'll wait for him, then we'll leave. Lu Hua Kingdom. The morning street was quiet and there was no hustle and bustle like in the afternoon. The chubby stood at the door of the Wang's home while speaking to the steam bun. Boss, are you really going to leave again? You only came back yesterday, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Because my mother still needs to find my father. Bai Xiaofan lowers his eyes with a moody note. He and Bai Yan didn't know where Di Tsang went, so it's a given they would go look for him. The chubby friend almost cried, Boss, when will we meet again? Bai Xiaofan's frown tightens as he thought about the question. Then taking out a token from his sleeve, the demon prince hands his friend the item to show what it was. The token was red all over with the word Prince engraved on one side. This is identity token my father made for me before. You can use this to enter the demon realm unhindered in the future. If I'm not around and you miss me, you can use this to visit me instead. Bai Xiaoqin's eyes twinkled with light when facing this precious friend of his. You will always be my best friend in this life. The doors to the demon realm will always be open to you and Nangong Zhuan, provided that you don't hit on my little sister. Also, you're not allowed to touch Dragony either. The chubby instantly pouted at the last bit. Boss, aren't you too overbearing? Sister Ling Yan is fine since she's our sister, but Dragony isn't even blood related to you. How come I can't go near her? I think Dragony is very cute so. Bai Xiaoqin's face suddenly darkened, his little fists clenching into a ball. Wang Xiaopeng, if you dare get any funny ideas about Dragony then I will beat you. The fairy house's people are here. 7. Wang Xiaopeng became frightened and couldn't understand why his boss would show such a huge reaction. He's both baffled and surprised along his chubby face. Hurrying to take a step back, boss, I was only joking, really just joking. How can I ever think about hitting on boss's little sister? She is your sister so she's also my sister. Even if I got 100 balls, I still wouldn't dare Ahem. Bai Xiaoqin softly huffs a grunt as he raises his chin proudly. Remember my words, if you go to the demon realm, you are not allowed to have any ideas about Dragony. Otherwise, I will really beat you. I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law? Dream on. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Wang Xiaopeng trembled and gulped. Bai Xiaoqin's angry appearance was much more terrifying than his father's. His father was at best a little cruel, but Bai Xiaoqin, there's an overpowering pressure oozing out of his body which left him breathless. Under this kind of coercion, how could he not submit? That's right, the steam bun pats his chubby friend's shoulder like a fine adult. Wang Xiaopeng, don't say I didn't warn you ahead of time. To be my brother-in-law, there is a lot of hurdles to overcome. Even if you do pass the trials, there is my little brother an old man, so, even with your chubby skin, you won't be able to withstand their abuse. You will only eat a bitter melon in the end. Wang Xiaopeng scratches the back of his head. Then what about her wanting to marry someone else? How are you going to stop her? Bai Xiaoqin was silent and fell into deep thought. If Ling Yan wants it. If she likes the guy, I may not necessarily stop it. But, if a stinking boy dares to pester her, I will break their legs. That said, the full might of his domineering attitude explodes, revealing the king in the making. And why do you only talk about Sister Ling Yan? Boss, what about Sister Dragony? Can I pursue Dragony in the future? Scram. Bai Xiaoqin kicks his friend in the butt angrily, all the while making sure he didn't exert too much force. The chubby got all sad and aggrieved in the face. Bai Xiaoqin, didn't you say that as long as your sister likes it, you won't stop them? Why do you believe Sister Dragony won't pursue someone in the future? I believe in Dragony's taste, she will definitely not look at you. But I can lose weight and become excellent for her sake, boss. Oh alright, I'll come clean. Since the first time I met Sister Dragony at the fairy house, I've taken a liking to her. The chubby rubs his nose in shy embarrassment. Wang. Xiao. Peng. Bai Xiaoqin gritted his teeth and crunched that fist. From now on when your old man beats you, I will also join him and beat you. I will never allow this guy to go after Dragony. Boss, you're overreacting here. Can it be? You also like Sister Dragony? She's not your biological sister so it's within expectation, I won't blame you for that, boss. In regards to men and women, the chubby was older than his friend so it's normal for him to understand more. The steam bun snorted in reply, Dragony is my sister, of course I like her too. The fairy house's people are here. 8, that's not what I mean, it's the kind of liking that your father and your mother have. Wang Xiaopeng got urgent and began scratching his ears and cheek frantically. The boss is usually such a smart person, how can he be so confused about emotional matters? Wang Xiaopeng, Bai Xiaochen frowned, you are only a small child, quit talking about lovey-dovey things all day. My mother said it before, early love is wrong, and incest love is also wrong. I regard Dragoni as my sister and only my sister, not to mention. I only want to keep my mother and sister company. I don't have time for a wife. Going at ease over that explanation, the chubby grins with glee, boss, if you don't want to marry Dragoni then I will give it a go. After all, I can't take my own brother's woman, but since you don't. Seeing that Bai Xiaochen was ready to kick him again, the chubby hurriedly dodged away and cried a grievance. Boss, did you learn this habit of kicking people from your mother? I am wrong, I am really wrong, I will never hit on Dragoni again, please spare me. Retracting his leg after that plea, the steambun huffs and puffs as he spoke, Wang Xiaopeng, I'm serious. If in the future you miss me then you can visit me in the demon realm. I need to leave now. He raises his hand and pats the chubby on the shoulder, as long as you don't hit on my two sisters then we will be good brothers for life. That instantly caused the chubby to beam with hope in his eyes. The wording of two sisters didn't escape his head. That's to say, if there's a third sister then it's free game. Boss, to tell you the truth, I really will miss you. Wang Xiaopeng wiped some of the tears brewing outward, promise me you will come see me if you have the time, we haven't seen each other for several years already. I will, when everything is done, I will definitely come back to see you with my mother. Also, I haven't finished the snacks mother made me recently. Here, I'll give them to you. Bai Xiaochen reluctantly took out the bottle he prepared for his friend. Without hesitation, the chubby eagerly snatched the present from his boss. Old Pa. Look, my boss gave me these Dan pills. What? As soon as Wang Deqiu heard this, he quickly ran out of the estate and locked onto the bottle held in his son's hand. Immediately, his eyes radiated a joyous glow. Quick, let me see what these can do. As soon as he grabbed the bottle into his possession, the man shamelessly ran back into the home without giving his son a chance to protest. Wang Xiaopeng was dumbfounded. These were obviously given to me by my boss, how did I get robbed by my old man? Father, don't eat it all, leave me some. In his haste, the chubby didn't bother to say goodbye to the steam bun and twaddled his round Baelish body into the home to chase after Wang Deqiu. As a result, Bai Xiaochen was left hanging in the cool breeze looking all sad and pitiful. What did he say about missing me? Only a bottle of pills and he's already shown his wagging tail? Pursing his lip, the steam bun hung his head in a dejected manner to leave. So it's true, a kid's word is not reliable. From now on I won't believe Wang Xiaopeng's lies again. At this moment, Bai Xiaochen seems to have forgotten that he was just a child as well. The fairy house's people are here. 9 people came and went on along the street like usual in the day, but this time around their vision was accompanied by the image of Bai Xiaochen walking past. Fortunately the boy had been gone for a few years, thus his face resulted in him not being recognized due to his growth. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take before he made it back to his mother's side. Outside the lawn house, Bai Yan was already waiting there at the doorsteps when the steam bun finally appeared within her view. With a brilliant smile, the demon queen warmly welcomes her eldest with a hug. Did you say farewell to Wang Xiaopeng? Bai Xiaochen lightly pursed his lips and nodded, You're not happy? Bai Yan furrowed her brows and continued to ask. I'm going to miss this place. Bai Xiaochen raised his tearful eyes, Mother, there's too many acquaintances here. There's grandchias, grandfathers, aunties, and uncles. There's so many people that I'm going to miss. Bai Yan understood where her boy was coming from and gently comforted him with a pat on the back. In the future when all the dust has settled, I will accompany you back here, okay? She and Bai Xiaochen were different after all. Bai Yan's originally from Earth, whether it be the Holy Land or Luhua Kingdom, it's not the homeland where she grew up. But the steam bun was from these parts. He grew up in the Holy Land and spent a good while in the Luhua Kingdom. It's unsurprising that he's holding attachment to the human world. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoqin's eyes finally lit up as he donned a brilliant smile. Okay, when father returns, we will resolve all the issues with those enemies. Afterward, I want to stay at the Holy Land for a while before returning here. Bai Yan smiled lightly and spoke in a soft cooing voice, then let's hurry back to the demon realm. Maybe your father is already waiting for us at home. The steam bun nodded obediently as he snuggled intimately into Bai Yan's arms. Her bodily scent alone was enough to make him particularly relaxed, so this was his comfort zone. Truth is, anywhere you are, mother, is where my home is. Bai Yan's heart trembled without a noticeable trace, but her eyes were already swelling with a thin layer of fluid. She couldn't deny being emotionally moved by that last comment. Before I knew it, he's already up to my waist in height. He's grown so much. Mistress. Just as Bai Yan lets go of her boy, Hua Luo and Fang Yufeng also rushed over from the crowd and stood in obedience to the demon queen. After I went back yesterday, I have selected a group of excellent talents to leave with us today. Hua Luo, the loyal female subordinate, charmingly reports. True to her name, she has a smile like a flower. Also, that Mu Qing song of the Music Valley I mentioned yesterday, she's died last night. Mu Qing song's dead? Bai Yan's expression was indifferent to the name. I understand. Since you've both brought the people you want, then we will depart now. Mu Qing song's death was of no importance to the demon queen. That woman was no more than a blip in her life, hardly worthy to even remember the lady's name if not for her subordinate bringing it back up again. Strangely enough though, why would that person suddenly die after her visit? Grandmother, grandfather. Bai Yan slowly turned around and looked at the gathered members of the lawn house behind themselves. Big cousin, second cousin, Xiaoyun, I'm leaving now. All of you must take care of yourselves until we meet again. I don't know when that will be, but that day won't be too far off. Hell Domain 1. Old Madame Lan's heart remains reluctant to let go after the reassurance. This grandmother still had countless words to say. You go. Sighing after only mustering up these 2 words, you have things you must do. It's already good enough that you were willing to see us at such a time when you're so busy. Take care. Bai Yan looked deeply at the relatives behind her before slowly turning away for the sunlight with her children in tow. Demon Realm. The sky remains a blood-colored scene as always, giving this world a strange yet enchanting vibe to the uninitiated. Welcome home, Queen, Crown Prince, Princess, Second Prince. The guards at the palace gate immediately kneeled and offered their respect to the family. Has Di Tsang returned yet? Bai Yan asks after groaning for a second of hesitation. No, Your Highness, the king hasn't returned yet after your departure. The demon guard says with a strong voice of admiration. Growing quiet, the demon queen raises her head towards the crimson-colored sky with a longing look. He hasn't come back yet. Involuntarily, the corners of her lips revealed a bitter shape as gloom gradually formed overhead. Mother. Bai Xiaoqin subconsciously sensed the dampened mood and grabbed his mother's hand. Nothing will happen to father, and I will protect you in father's stead. Bai Yan's fingers lightly stroked her eldest's hair. Don't worry about me, sweetie, I believe in your father too. Let's go inside, I'm sure you're all tired. Okay. Bai Xiaoqin obediently swung that hand in a jovial manner after that. Demon Mountain, a place perennially shrouded in white light after its inception. Right now a particular lady was sitting at the peak looking bored and in deep thought. Suzaku, Tsing-Yi the Azure Dragon suddenly appeared behind her and sat down as well. Is there something bothering you of late? Suzaku shook her head slightly and turned to the woman behind herself. Even after such a long time, she had not yet gotten used to the fact that Azure Dragon had become a female like herself. I'm wondering if I should tell our mistress where the king has gone. Gently pursing her lips, those eyes are filled with sorrow. You know where the king went? Tsing-Yi's face flashed a trace of surprise. Since you know, then why didn't you tell mistress? Suzaku shook her head and smiled bitterly. The place where the king went is too dangerous. His Majesty has the body of a demon, so he may be able to make it through that difficult road with his sturdy body. But mistress is a human, I fear she might not be able to bear it. Also, the king warned me before leaving, that I'm not allowed to tell mistress about this. I have no choice. Perhaps because of the deception and concealment from Bai Yan, Suzaku's look became more and more guilty. Tsing-yi, do you think I should tell her? If I really don't say and something happens to the king, what would mistress do? She won't ever forgive me. Hell Domain, 2, Tsing-yi's heart shook as her fist tightened into a ball. Inhaling deeply, the dragon lady had to take a moment to calm herself. So you knew where the king went? The place where the king went. It is a domain, but not the kind you are used to. There are no countless strong beings in there, so there's no danger involved in that aspect. However, the passage through it is extremely harsh. Suzaku looks up to meet her companion's gaze, those eyes showing an unmistakable fear. This was the first time Tsing-yi ever seen the phoenix make such an expression. Suzaku had always been calm and charming with the occasional domineering attitude similar to their mistress, but never was there fear. So what your view, Suzaku? Will the king be able to make it through the passage and find what he needs? I don't know, she shakes her head, I just know that those who walk that path will definitely see the most horrid of nightmares inside their heart. Not only that, the effects of that passage will magnify this terror to the limit. If they don't overcome this, the person can never make it out and die in there. Suzaku's face had gotten a little pale due to the mere thought of Bai Yan possibly going through such a trial. More importantly, the person who created this domain is the ancestor of our demon realm. That demon held a deep hatred for humankind because a human woman stole her beloved man. If one of our kin goes through, then it's still bearable on our physical body, but if mistress attempts the feat, the strain is unimaginable. That's why the king threatened me before he left. His Majesty doesn't want mistress chasing after him. Now Tsing-yi finally understood why her friend would be so scared of that place. If the likes of themselves still had the chance of perishing merely by entering the passage, what are the odds of Bai Yan ever making it through? Obviously slim to none. What are we going to do? Tsing-yi's expression sank. If the queen finds out about it, she would definitely. Suddenly, the dragon lady's voice stopped as she jolted around to stare at the oncoming figure from below the peak. Suzaku came back to her senses first and quickly got up from the rock she was lying on. When did the queen appear? Why didn't I sense anything? Say, Suzaku, Tsing-yi, what are you hiding from me? Bai Yan's lips curved upwards into a smirk, but that smile only made the two in question pour out a layer of cold sweat. How much did mistress hear? Suzaku, Bai Yan narrowed her eyes in at the source and got a shiver as response. I'll give you another chance to confess. Where did Ditsang go? Suzaku's face turned deathly pale as cold sweat flowed down the corner of her forehead. Mistress, I can't say. If she had said it, her mistress would have desperately chased after her husband. By then, she might never return. Won't say. A cold glint appeared in Bai Yan's eyes. Suzaku, although I haven't remembered everything yet in the past life, but I do know you've been following me since you were born. So, what am I to you? Are you going to not listen to even my words? Suzaku stumbled backwards, her teeth clattering due to the nervous wreck that was her heart. Hell Domain, 3, even if you don't say, I will still go find Ditsang. Regardless of the place, regardless of the time, I will search every corner of the multiverse to find him. Bai Yan raised her eyes slightly and stared deeply into the phoenix woman's gaze. Are you sure you want to waste my time like this? Or do you not believe I can find him on my own? Mistress, please don't ask me, Suzaku cried out quickly, I really can't tell you. Plus, the creator of that place has a deep hatred for mankind. If a human go, then it's certain death. Bai Yan pricked her lips into a snarling sneer over the danger. Did you forget something? Aside from being a human, I'm also the queen of the demon realm, the wife of Ditsang. Every time I am in danger, it is always my husband who disregards the danger and protect me from the threat. This time, it's my turn to protect him. Suzaku, tell me where that place this instant. I'm ordering you. Watching Bai Yen walk closer and closer towards herself, Suzaku's heart flew into endless panic. Turning for help from the dragon lady next to herself, she pleaded with those eyes like a puppy. Mistress, the king will certainly be all right, you. Tsing Yi was just about to speak up as well when Bai Yan's footing stumbled to a halt. Without signal, the demon queen coughs out a mouthful of blood and scared the daylights out of the two. Mistress! Mistress! Suzaku and Tsing Yi exclaimed in horror, their faces anxious and frantic. Bai Yan's hand squeezed her own chest until it started hurting. Then closing her eyes, the woman suddenly discovered something shocking: her connection with Ditsang has been broken. In order to prevent her from escaping his side, Ditsang forcibly signed a contract with her back then. They've already broke it once due to a misunderstanding before, so the feeling was not new. This was definitely what happened. The contract is gone, Bai Yen says with deathly white complexion. The connection between me and Ditsang is gone. Suzaku's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible? Who can break the contract created by the king? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She shook her head in panic, those legs retreating like an unhinged person who had the world crash over her head. If something does happen to the king, what would happen to the mistress? She will be sad beyond measure. Suzaku. Bai Yen lifted Suzaku's collar and confronted her subordinate. Even up to this point, are you still going to remain silent? The phoenix woman fell into a daze in that instant. Watching that furious face, her enchanted complexion turned green as those lips quivered. Where the king went. It's the hell domain. Because the domain is like hell itself, us demons will face a lot of difficulties as well. For humans, it's... You will be tortured beyond belief, both physically and mentally. Only a few ever made it out of the hell domain. Tell me, how do you get to this hell domain? The corners of her mouth were still covered with blood, but the light in her eyes was full of anger and anxiety. The divine lord who created up the hell domain back then is a demon here, so it's within the demon realm. Mistress. Can I go with you? It's too dangerous. I can't let mistress go alone. I'm coming too. Tsing Yi shot over and yelled. Hell domain, 4, you two stay in the demon realm and watch over everyone. I alone am enough to head into the hell domain. If the danger posed by the place was so great that even Ditsang couldn't handle, then there's no point in bringing others along. They wouldn't be able to help, which mean unnecessary casualties. So, this time she was going to go alone. But, no, it's an order. Bai Yan's voice was loud and authoritative. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she turns to Suzaku. Take me to the entrance of that hell domain now. Afterward, return and watch over everyone. I believe with the 4 of you and the demon elders, no one will be able to threaten you guys to the point it's unmanageable. Suzaku's body trembled, her face gradually growing solemn and pained. Yes, mistress, I will definitely protect the little ones in your absence. Also, the phoenix lady pauses like she's sobbing. Mistress must bring back the king, and return to us safely. Bai Yen didn't say much more since her heart was a total mess after the connection with her husband was gone. Hell domain. As the name suggests, a cold blast of wind hit the demon queen in the face the moment she stepped through the portal. It's bone-chilling to the point even her current strength was barely enough to keep her from freezing over. I wonder where Ditsang is. Bai Yen lowered her eyes, staring down at the white expanse of the world around. Then an idea hit her like spark. Suzaku said the only way to make it through is by walking. If Ditsang is still waiting for me, I will find him no matter the difficulty of the road up ahead. Szzz. One step, that's all that was needed to feel something sharp scraping against her soul. It's at a spiritual level, therefore no shoe could deny this pain. Then came the rain as if on cue. These droplets of water approached her in piercing fashion. It's almost enough to break through her defenses and ripple holes into her flesh. Bai Yen naturally fell into shock by the magnitude of danger this passage possessed. The ground scraped her feet, the temperature cold enough to freeze, and the rain were bullets that wanted to poke holes into her. Without delay, she promptly drew her godslayer and began repelling anything she could. Sadly, there's no chance she would be able to stop all of the droplets with a mere sword. Before long, her whole figure had become a bloodied mess. Not lethal, but the surface layer of the skin had become roughed up hard. As the complexion grew worse due to the excessive blood loss, Bai Yan's movement grew slower and slower with each passing minute. Then it dawned on her. Trying to protect herself like this was pointless. The droplets would cut her skin, yes, but it's not enough to break through her actual flesh and bone if she continued to put up resistance with her energy. Therefore, after a second of deliberation, the demon queen withdrew her godslayer and trekked forward. No armor, no weapon, simply herself. Bai Yen felt so tired and hurt during this arduous journey. She doesn't know how long she's been walking, nor the time of day. One thing's for sure though, if not for the alchemic healing elixirs in her possession, there would be no way she could have done this and died from the pain alone. It explains why Suzaku and Di-Tsang would be hesitant to tell her about this hell domain. It's not somewhere a human should come, ever. Hell Domain, 5, even Bai Yen didn't know how long she had been gone from her family. It felt like centuries slow. And then it happened during her low moments. Instead of the dark raining environment of ice, she saw a light up ahead. Looking surprised, the demon queen subconsciously covered her eyes to adjust to this change. Surely but slowly, she trudged forward despite the wrong feeling she had about this light source that's similar to a rising dawn. For one thing, the beaming sunlight was too red to be normal. And like she suspected, the second she stepped out of the raining bullets, the suspicion was confirmed by what she saw. Ahead was a sea of fire. The whole ground burned with molten lava to pave her next path. Shuddering inwardly at the concept of this cruel passage, the creator of this domain has a sick personality. First it was ice, and now it's fire. Closing her eyes, she recalls back to her man's evil and roguish appearance to reaffirm that conviction. Slowly forming a smirk, Di-Tsang, wait for me, I will definitely find you and bring you home. Everyone is still waiting for us at home. After muttering herself, she didn't hesitate and lifted her now bare feet to cross this flaming sea. SSSSZZZ. The sharp searing pain hit her hard, sending Bai Yan's entire figure into a pyre of heat. Whatever skin she had left before was gone, leaving this woman with nothing but bone and open flesh. True to its name, this hell domain was dishing out punishment worthy of the real deal. Who could survive being burned alive like this? No normal human could. If Bai Yen wasn't a powerful being herself, she would have turned to ash in the first second. Stumbling and swaying like a ghoul, Bai Yan's awareness was degrading faster than ever. Before the raining bullets and ice were already bad enough, but this had gone beyond simple cruelty. Then right as she's about to fall and perish, a surge of unwillingness swelled up from within. Physically and mentally, she was done, drained and depleted. But willpower had always been her strong suit. Knowing her own failure was unbearable than anything in this world. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yan's ghoulish body continued to shakily crawl forward. She could no longer walk, but continuing like an animal wasn't beyond her pride if it meant saving her husband. Of course, this method won't last either. Thankfully not all was lost. Realizing she still had some elixirs left in her storage ring, the woman promptly summoned one out to sip through the jaws due to her lips being incinerated. I mustn't give up, I mustn't stop. For him, going through ice and fire is nothing. Time passed like an eternity in this second trial, for there's no sensation of time anymore. When will this end? Will I ever see Di-Tsang again? Her conviction was firm, but crawling for so long left Bai Yen with a hinge of doubt that anyone would have. What if her body had already been destroyed and only her soul remains? She wouldn't know with her current condition. Feeling the fear creeping into her bones, the woman crawled even faster, thus expending her energy further. Then right as her view was about to fade into a blur, the sea of flames disappeared as well like a broken clock. Everything simply stopped. Hell Domain, 6, hot. So hot. Bai Yan awoke to this burning heat despite having just left the sea of fire. Why do I still feel hot? Her eyelashes fluttered as her consciousness slowly came back to reality. Uncomfortable, she wiggled around wanting to move, but found her arms and legs tied firmly to a pillar. Her whole body had been chained to this thing and couldn't move. Kill her, kill this woman, lest she harm our celestial realm in the future. There was a cacophony of noises coming from below. Bai Yan lowered her and stared at the crowd showing at her from below. The last strand of days instantly dispersing once she got a better look. Wasn't I supposed to be in the Hell Domain? Why, am I back in the celestial realm? Moreover, everything in front of her was more of a déjà vu. It's like she had experienced this all before. Do you have any last words to give? A gloomy and indifferent voice came from the side. Turning her head slight, Bai Yan's eyes were instantly welcomed by the familiar face that made her expression darken. Keeper Ling? You're supposed to be dead, why are you still here? Keeper Ling was obviously dead, she killed the old guy with her own 2 hands. Therefore, it didn't make sense, none of this made sense. And, this scene, a thuf she could recall everything in clarity, but she's heard of this mentioned before. 1,000 years ago, she was robbed of her amulet All Heaven by Yun Ruoxi, the old witch who framed her for being the disaster that's going to befall the celestial realm. Because of that, these keepers of the celestial palace abandoned her and planned to execute her for crimes that she never committed. Impudent wench. Keeper Ling's voice was cold and unkind. Lass, I have a message to tell you so you can die in peace. Today is going to be the marriage date between Ruoxi and the Celestial Lord. He has promised to take her hand so you can forget about help coming. Also, your grandfather is also unconscious due to our interference, there's no one left to save you anymore. Bai Yan's heart ached the moment that news fell over her head. She didn't have any feelings for Chui God, but this feeling was obviously from her previous self. Though unwilling to admit it, the bond she shared with that man wasn't weak. It may not be love, but it's definitely at the level of a family member or older brother. What does his marriage have to do with me? Bai Yan ticks her lips into a snarling smirk like she didn't care. Surprised and taken aback, Keeper Ling thought his message would destroy any life left in this girl. After all, she had always tailed the Celestial Lord from years past, it only made sense that it would hurt. Why the indifference now? Lass, you can stop feigning indifference already. I know how much emotions you have for the Celestial Lord, your lies cannot fool me. It's too bad, we may have admired and liked you due to your talent, but you're going to be the scourge of this world, we cannot overlook the threat you pose. Keeper Ling's frosted gaze then fell upon Bai Yan's face like he's ready to begin the execution, so, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame then blame your own destiny. Nightmare 1, her face was slightly cold, and her gaze swept over everyone present with a sneering smirk. Is it because I forgot this scene, that's why I have to repeat it again to remember? Burn her. The noise below came again, and the flames surrounding herself answered that call and burned brighter and hotter. In light of the encroaching flames, Bai Yan's appearance doesn't yield or submit. In retrospect, the fire from the Hell Domain hurts way more. This meant nothing after all she's gone through. Lass, do you have any last words to confess? Or do you have a message for your grandfather? Keeper Xian, the kindest of the bunch, sighs helplessly, his appearance reluctant and apologetic. Towards Bai Yan, he's always had a good opinion until recent times. But for the sake of the celestial realm, he too was willing to sacrifice this one person for peace. It's a pity that such a genius. If it weren't for the disaster she would bring to the celestial realm in the future, we would really be reluctant to execute her. Bai Yan quietly chuckles at their shamelessness. I will return again in the future, so what message is there to say? You scums better treat my grandfather well, otherwise, when I return in my next life, I will have you all die in the celestial realm. None will ever know peace. Keeper Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his heart shuddering profusely at that proclaim and vow. So it's true, they weren't wrong about you. You're the disaster of the celestial realm. Humph, this proves we are right in our decision today, the fault is your own for what's happening. Keeper Ling Yen roars in anger, his face red and burning. Already enveloped in fire by this point, Bai Yan doesn't scream nor plead, only smiling brilliant like their words were jokes. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force blasted over from the side, causing the demon queen's body to go stiff as she turned to peer at the source. It's a face of anxiety, a worried look, and an all too familiar face she's been yearning to see. Silver hair, purple-robed, and an air of dominance that could overshadow any competition in this world, the Demon King makes his entrance. Di Tsang, tears blurred Bai Yan's eyes as she wept at that stunning contour. She wanted to be in his arms, and that's exactly what the man did. Blowing apart the chains binding the woman, the Demon King swept his wife into a princess hold and glared down at the crowd who dared to harm the love of his life. Today, who dares to touch my woman? The man's tone was domineering, coming down with an anvil that smashed into everyone's already shocked heart. Demon King, how dare you come to our celestial realm? Keeper Ling narrowed his eyes in and sneered, our two realms are inherently hostile to one another, now that you dare to barge in here then you can forget about leaving. Execute them both together. Nightmare, too, ha ha ha. Di Tsang laughed wildly, his red lips rising into a mocking grin at Keeper Ling and his peers in front. With only you? His voice was dismissive, and the taunts were unabashedly echoing across the open field. The contempt in the man's eyes enraged Keeper Ling, who was already quite irate to begin with. Yes, with only me. Ha! I've been quite patient with the celestial realm due to her sake, and now you're so pompous that you want to trap me? No one can stop me, not you, and not the useless garbages behind you. If I want to protect someone and take them with me, nothing can stop me. The man's hand tightly wrapped around Bai Yan's waist as he softly whispered into her ear, don't worry, no one can hurt you anymore. No one can hurt you anymore. Bai Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble a few times as she rested her eyes with comfort knowing he's around. Whether in a past life or in this life, this man would always protect her. There were many masters of the celestial realm present today due to the summoning, and they all wanted their heads. Knowing this, Bai Yan wanted to help but was promptly stopped by Di Tsang's unyielding and protective hand. He's wholeheartedly intent on doing this alone while she rests. And like that, the Demon King carved a path of blood as he walked out of the execution grounds in broad daylight. Whomever foolish enough to attack him was promptly slain in a single strike, and those cowardly enough to back off didn't do a thing. A true war god, a demonic and undefeatable being of glory. Right now, on this day, Di Tsang makes his stand to stomp in the faces of these scums of the celestial realm. For a millennium, they would never forget the humiliation of this battle. It's also one of the reasons they never dared to invade and annihilate the Demon Kin. They feared this man to the core. Keeper Xian, let's go up together and kill them. Keeper Ling's expression grew increasingly more ugly as their forces gradually diminished under that onslaught. He's ready to explode and decides to act in person by mustering up his powers for a powerful strike. This was the opening he's been waiting for by throwing his subordinates in there despite knowing their actions were futile. The grumpy keeper wanted Di Tsang to turn sideways and be distracted, which was exactly when he attacked. Unfortunately, that too was a foolish idea. Knowing these shameless scums would never fight fairly, the Demon King always kept an eye out for his back in case a sneak attack came. Sure enough, in the second where Keeper Ling came at him, Di Tsang swung around and sent a whirlwind kick in counter. A devastating kick versus a simple palm strike, anyone could tell which had the further reach and power. Slamming into the flaming pillar that had been used to execute Bai Yan, Keeper Ling throws up a mouthful of blood before looking up in shock. How can this be? When did the king of the demons have such strength? Girl, we're going. Di Tsong's hands tighten around Bai Yan's injured waist so that she doesn't fall off by mistake before flying off into the horizon. Those who wanted to stop him didn't dare to do anything. They saw exactly what happened to Keeper Ling. If that guy got defeated with a single kick, what chance would they have? No one likes to die, and no one likes to die for nothing. Keeper Ling. Keeper Xian and the others quickly ran over to help their peer up. What's going on? When did Di Tsong's strength increase again? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the grumpy old man darkens in the face. He likely used a forbidden technique to temporarily raise his strength. It won't last long, and afterwards he will be weakened. Send our people out and pursue them, they can't get far like this. Damn that Di Tsong, accursed demons. Why are those beasts always butting heads with us everywhere? I will never let them go. Inside a valley, Di Tsong crashed into the ground after losing elevation from the sky. He couldn't fly anymore like the grumpy keeper suspected. What's more, he also got injured in the side during the exchange with the old scum there despite winning with his kick. You don't need to be afraid, I'll protect you. Bai Yan's heart quivered with pain at the condition he's in. Di Tsong, you're injured? Nightmare 3, injured? Do you think those weaklings can hurt me? Di Tsong sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Bai Yan's heart became more and more uncomfortable. You think I can't see it? Did you use any method to forcibly increase your strength? You suffered a backlash, didn't you? Otherwise, with your character, you wouldn't have left with me so quickly without making a mess first. Di Tsong was stunned. Looking down at the girl in front of himself, there's a mist of confusion that he couldn't quite pinpoint. Bai Yan took a few steps back with a hint of guiltiness. This guy, did he notice something? For a long time, the Demon King didn't move and simply stood there. Then suddenly, he chuckled softly before pinching Bai Yan's nose like a boyfriend spoiling their girlfriend. Girl, when did you know me so well? If I didn't know better, I would think you didn't get changed out with someone else by those from the celestial realm, did you? Slightly upset at the very idea that she would be a doppelganger, the lady stomps her foot and looked away, and why not? She's not exactly the same person from 1,000 years ago, so her personality would naturally be different. If Di Tsong grows suspicious, then that's normal. Unexpectedly, instead of being alarmed, the man abruptly pulled her hand over and placed it along his chest where she could hear his thumping heartbeat. Without you, I would be dead here. Do you hear how much it's dancing because of you? How can I not know you are my Yener? Bai Yan threw herself into the Demon King's arm right then there. To be confessed with such heartfelt words would make any lady flutter, let alone a version of her husband from way past. It's making her feel like a virgin maiden that's being wooed all over again. Girl, today is Chui God's marriage date, don't you want to go stop it? Di Tsong got quite awkward and stiff by the hug. Shaking her head, I'm not going. Why? Di Tsong's eyes pricked up in surprise, although I have always wanted you to be my woman, but I also don't want to take advantage of this moment just to win you over. I have my pride, and my pride won't allow me to stoop to such low means. If you think I want you to do this as repayment, then you don't need to. No, that's not it. You are injured, and those people will likely be waiting for us if we go. Why should we willingly jump into their trap? Bai Yan lifts a finger to stop him from speaking by placing it on his lip. Flailing his arms up like a clueless dote, Di Tsong didn't expect this act from the girl who always behaved so proper and decent before. It's sending him up into the clouds to the level where he forgot the pain in his bloodied waist. Silly lass, Di Tsong eventually came back to his senses and smiled. Those people can't do anything to me. Can it be? You don't believe in my strength? If I can take you out, then that means I can also protect you. From out of the blue, Bai Yan bursts out into a laughing fit. Her smile was bright and shining, causing the whole area to glow due to her existence. Oh Di Tsong, you are such a silly guy, you know. Chui God gave me up for the sake of the celestial realm. why would I care about someone like that anymore after that? He can go ahead and marry whoever he likes. She wraps her hand around his, that face looking up with longing. I, on the other hand, want to marry you. Nightmare, 4. The Bai Yan of 1,000 years ago may not have made the promise to Di Tsang so quickly. But she wasn't from 1,000 years ago, she's from the modern age. They have experienced so much turbulence already, what was there to hesitate about? At that moment, the haze in Di Tsang's heart seems to be blown away by the wind, and a beam of sunlight shone through from the clouds to warm his whole existence. Girl, is your word serious? Di Tsang, Bai Yan lets go of his lip, her expression looking solemn. Whether in this life or in the next, you are my only husband. If we can't survive in this life, I will wait until our next. You must wait for me. Even if you forget me, no one is allowed to be around you until I show up. Grinning like a fool, the Demon King pulls the lady into his arms and leans down to peck her on the lips. This was his first kiss, so he didn't dare to be aggressive. He treasures her, there's no way he would allow his own misgivings to hurt her. Girl, you will be my only woman, in this life and the lives to come. No matter how long I have to wait, it can only be you. Time flies. What followed could only be described as a dream in Bai Yan's eyes. Those from the celestial palace did not want to let them go, so they sent numerous masters to hunt them down. Even Chu-Yi God eventually gave chase with his own people with the plan of bringing the woman back. Of course, Di Tsang and the 4 sacred beasts protected her like history ordained, and like history dictated, they all died at the hands of the celestial palace. She had seen these things once already, but now she's actually able to experience it herself. It's so heart-wrenching that she wanted to rip her own soul out. But fate wouldn't allow that. In the end, Bai Yan could only helplessly watch them from the sidelines. These things, like a nightmare, replayed over and over again in her mind in a never-ending loop. She wanted to wake up from this nightmare, but every time she awoke, she was by Di Tsang's side again. Even though the lady knew what would come and happen next, nothing ever changes. Such a feeling of powerlessness was torturing. It's beyond cruel. Girl, what's wrong? When she awoke again in this new loop, Di Tsang was already beside her with a worried face and hugging her shivering body. Tell me what happened. Is it because of what happened to Azure Dragon and them? Di Tsang, tell me everything that happened is a nightmare, please tell me it's all fake and not true. Bai Yan's body curled closer to the man's chest. She didn't want this to continue and pleased. Bai Yan was no fool. Suzaku already told her the Hell Domain would cause her to go through nightmares. Unless she finds a way out, she would never be able to leave again. Yet, despite knowing this fact, she felt trapped and powerless to do anything aside from weeping and acting like a damsel in distress. Nightmare, 5, Yenner, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Di Tsang frowns and embraces his wife's hand to reassure her. Tears flowing down her face, Bai Yan's eyes looks up with pain and misery. I obviously went to the Hell Domain to find you, why did I instead go back to the past? This must be the nightmare Suzaku referred to. Everything I experienced is just an illusion. Di Tsang, how can I get out of this? Our sons, our daughter, they're all waiting for me. I can't stay here any longer. Di Tsang's face showed a flicker of surprise before wrinkling his temple up. Hell Domain? Sons and daughter? Yenner, the baby in your womb isn't born yet. Bai Yan looks down at her belly where there's a prominent bulge showing. Di Tsang doesn't know anything, if he knew, he will. Di Tsang, I need to tell you the truth. Everything that's happening now, it's all in the past. I knew Azure Dragon and them would die. I tried to change their fates, I tried to save them, but each and every single time I failed. We can't keep doing this isn't real, and I need to find you. Di Tsang got quiet, leaving the whole air stale and suffocating. After a long time, the man's low and hoarse voice sounded, this is the reason for your personality change? Yes. Yenner, can you tell me the future? In our next life, do we have children together? Yes, Bai Yen replied softly, her eyes were very gentle. Xiaofan is very good and kind. Ling Yan is well-behaved and sensible. Although Jin Tian eats a lot and is greedy with his food, he's showing all the qualities of a fine man. They're all very excellent. Di Tsang, they're all waiting for me, I must wake up from this nightmare. This dream had been so real that Bai Yan's thought she traveled back in time. If not for Azure Dragon's death in the last loop, she wouldn't have come to her senses and remembered the truth. How can I help? Di Tsang's gaze fell upon his wife's body and firmly states his will. Though reluctance, he's obviously not going to keep this up if it's true. I don't know, I just know that I and the baby in my womb can't live long. Bai Yen slowly closed her eyes. In the previous life, she had died in Di Tsang's arms after fleeing the battlefield when Azure Dragon acted as their rear guard. At that point, the baby should have been around 5 months old, which was around this time as well with a slightly different change in environment. Di Tsang hugged his wife even harder. I will never let you disappear, never. Even if I have to give up everything else, would keep her safe. Bai Yen slowly closed her eyes to take comfort in her man's arm after getting the support. Is it that after my life is over, the nightmare too will end? This way, I will be able to return to the Hell Domain. Don't worry Di Tsang, our bond won't end. In the next life, I will wait for you. The fated day finally arrives not long afterwards. The masters of the demon realm were slaughtered by the celestial realm, and Di Tsang had yet to return from the expedition, thus causing Bai Yen to rush into the belly of the beast where everything occurred. Even if the cost was her life, the demon queen didn't hesitate. Nightmare 6, Keeper Ling's gaze fell on the woman who rushed over to their spot. He's sneering upon recognizing who it was. It's been a while. It really has been a while since I last saw you. Bai Yen spoke with indifference. You are still as unpleasant as ever. Humph. Keeper Ling snorted coldly as he swept his gaze over to Bai Yan's belly. Then smirking contemptuously, lass, in the past you would always follow the celestial lord around so we all thought you would only have him in your eye, to think. Sighing like he's totally disappointed, how long has it been and you're already pregnant with another man's bastard child? Bai Yen narrowed her eyes into a slit. He is unjust to me so why should I have feelings for him? Besides, Chui God is only a brother to me, nothing else and nothing more. He's murdered Azure Dragon and them, therefore any siblingship is gone between us. I only have hate left for him. Why would I ever marry an enemy and give up my husband who is so kind and good? Ha ha ha. Keeper Ling sneered some more, waving his hand to summon his men. Come, kill this woman alone with his child in that womb. Do not leave a single person alive. Queen. Those of the demon realm present were stunned. They wanted to go help Bai Yen but their injuries obstructed that will. They could barely stand up, let alone fight. Queen, you don't have to worry about us, you go. With a blank face and an indifferent face, she confronts those who wants her life without fear. Ignoring the fact that she's pregnant now, Bai Yen wouldn't have been able to contend with this man people of such caliber. Not to mention there's also the second strongest member of the Celestial Palace, Keeper Ling. Before long, the Demon Queen had fallen into a disadvantage as she exhausted her strength. Hurrying to take a pill to replenish her strength, she evades another swipe of the sword by the enemy. Yenner. A terrified voice came from the rear then in her critical moment. The moment Bai Yen turned around was when she saw Di Tsang's frantic face rapidly closing in on her location. PFFF. Unsure when Keeper Ling had gotten behind the woman, but a sword had pierced through Bai Yan's chest at the momentary reunion. Blood sprayed out of her chest in a splattering motion, causing her clothes to stain red and gory. Di Tsang, I should go back to where I belong. The corners of Bai Yan's mouth hung an anguishing smile as her body collapsed to the ground after the metallic blade sheathed out of her flesh. Since only death could make the nightmare disappear, she chose to accept it, and only then could she return to the Hell Domain. The previous life was already a thing of the past, being reluctant wouldn't change a thing. She must save the deed song in her life, this life. Bai Yan, death isn't the end for you. I will destroy your soul so you can never be reborn. Boom! When Keeper Ling raised his hand, a bolt of lightning promptly fell down and smashed into Bai Yan's lifeless body. But does death really represent the end though? Bai Yan awoke again due to a series of noisy sounds around herself. Slightly opening a crack in her eyes, the Demon Queen was horrified to discover she was back at the execution grounds again at the Celestial Palace. Nightmare 7, why? Why am I back in this place? Bai Yan's eyes were in a daze as she swept her sight over to the familiar faces down below. She's so lost that whatever Keeper Ling was saying went completely over her head. Did you hear me or what? Leaper Ling's eyes were cold and was further annoyed by the disregard from the woman. Do you have any last words for yourself? If you do, then hurry up and say it, we don't have time to waste on you anymore. Bai Yan didn't reply right away, rather she made a confused face for a good while before muttering the only words that came to mind. What did you say? Since you don't want to say anything, then we will begin the execution. Bai Yan, don't blame us for not giving you the opportunity to leave a last will. The old grumpy guy snorts a cold grunt and waved the men to begin lighting the pyre. The hot flames promptly surrounded Bai Yan from all sides. Yet, the woman could not feel an ounce of pain, only a hollow emptiness at the people yelling at her with disdain. Exactly like before, a purple-robed and silvered-hair man came to her rescue in the nick of time. But unlike the first loop, this time around the Demon Queen didn't feel excitement after seeing her husband. She's gone through a lot of loops already, but this was different and the only time back at the execution ground. How could this be? How could this be? She clasped her head heavily as agony showed along her face. Why is everything back to square one? All of it, why is this starting all over again? Do I have to keep experiencing this pain? The pain of losing my friends, losing everyone I care about? Falling into her lowest point, Bai Yan did not utter a word as she allowed Deetsong to take her away. In the same way, everything that happened next was like a nightmare. First it was the demon realm being besieged by the forces of the celestial realm, then it was the sacred beasts falling in order to save her. Afterwards, she did everything to the script as she pulled her pregnant self to find Deetsong after they lost contact with him. Lastly, she awoke once again under the grief-stricken cries of her husband after dying. It never stopped. Each loop continued to grow in horror. Though sometimes the same, it also changed slightly with each variation to make it all the more painful. This continued until Bai Yan could no longer take it and became entirely numb. Maybe, I can't escape anymore. And this is the reason why Deetsong and Suzaku are reluctant to let me enter the Hell Domain? Bai Yan's heart was still unwilling to give up, but what else was she supposed to do? She's tried dying already, that didn't work. Then she tried to change the events by whatever means necessary, that also didn't pan out. Nothing was working. The blood-stained battlefield. A young man's figure stood strong and proud against the bristling wind. Though the life in the lad's eye had faded by this point due to the open hole running right through his chest, the power this body carried could not be wiped away. White Tiger, it's enough, enough. You don't have to do this anymore. I don't want to see you die every time like this. Please don't do this, I can't take any more. Bai Yan threw herself over to the still warm corpse, her tears depleted due to the repeated crying. Nightmare 8, why are you making me taste this pain again and again? I don't want to go on like this anymore, and I don't want to see you dying before my eyes, White Tiger. Anger ignites from within Bai Yan's sobbing eyes, her hands tightly grasping onto her friend's body as she trembled due to the intense emotion. Am I really going to be stuck here forever? She growls at the air with no specific target. I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe there's no way out of this nightmare. Deetsong, Xiaofan, wait for me, I won't let this hurdle stop me. Despite having no more tears left to cry with, Bai Yen still found her cheeks moist as she stared up towards the crimson-red sky. Then suddenly, after a long while of this, she made a surprised face. It's raining? The few times I've experienced this, I don't recall it ever raining. Of course, there were deviations in the past, but only small things like a word or a tiny gesture. This can't be normal. Why is that? Yen Yen, why are you asleep here? Hurry and wake up please. Boom. A voice exploded in her head, bringing forth a wave of warmth and familiarity. The corners of Bai Yan's mouth moved slightly as she took another look over the entire battlefield. Only then did she notice the flickering images of everyone around until they completely disappeared from her eyes. Right now, there's only a hazy white mist from where she stood. Yen Yen, Yen Yen, the call was getting closer and closer until Bai Yen couldn't resist heading for the source of this voice. Eventually a dazzling ray of sunlight shone through this fog. Out of reflex, she raised a hand to swipe away at the whiteness blocking her line of sight. This instantly dispersed the closest whiteness from her gesture to reveal that young teenage face. Yen Yen, you finally woke up. The young teen's face was all smiles after seeing her eyes opening. Mo, Li, Shang. Piggy's owner, there was still a dull look in Bai Yan's eyes, but it didn't take long before her focus locked onto the guy's smile. Why are you here? The teenager scratched the back of his head and replied cluelessly, I don't know, one moment I was asleep, the next I was here when I awoke. Rather it's you Yen Yen, why are you sleeping on the ground? Bai Yen furrowed her brows at the explanation. If I had come out of the nightmare, then what's the explanation for Mo Li Shang's appearance in the Hell Domain? Am I going through another dream with him instead? She propped herself up and scanned the surroundings. There's still the sea of fire behind her, which showed she had crossed over that part like she remembered. No, this isn't a nightmare, I've completely escaped from it. This is thanks to Mo Li Shang's call. If he didn't call for me, I might still be inside that never-ending loop of suffering. No matter if it's a coincidence, he's a total lifesaver. But then Bai Yen recalled something important. Narrowing her eyes in at the lad, the demon queen tries to pinpoint the familiarity with anything that comes to mind. Unsurprisingly, nothing came of it because the woman didn't know this guy 1,000 years ago. She didn't know this person. Yen Yen, why are you looking at me with that kind of face? Mo Li Shang acted all embarrassed and asked, did I do something wrong? Nightmare, 9, Bai Yen retracted that gaze and shook her head, no, by the way, did you really appear here when you woke up? Nodding his head, Mo Li Shang continues with his explanation, I originally wanted to go to the demon realm to find you since I was wondering how he was doing. Then when I took a nap halfway there, I suddenly found myself here of all places after I awoke. Fortunately you are here Yen Yen. Now I'm not so worried. Do you know what this place is? Bai Yen was silent for a while before questioning further. The young man shook his head in confusion, I don't know, I just appeared in this place without any knowledge. Yen Yen, do you know where we are? This is the Hell Domain. Bai Yen narrowed her eyes again. The passage for the Hell Domain exists within the demon realm. I wasn't sleeping, I was experiencing a nightmare that doesn't end. To get to this point, I've gone through ice and fire. The amount of danger involved can't even be described, yet you're able to make it here by taking a nap? How could she believe that story? A shock crossed the teenager's clean face before transforming into a sad and aggrieved expression. Yen Yen, I really don't know what's going on, you have to believe me, please? Seeing the young man's lost appearance, the cold glow in Bai Yan's eyes gradually dissipated. Perhaps, he really didn't know how to get into the Hell Domain? Shang, since you're able to come here, it proves that you are somehow connected to the Hell Domain. But no matter what, I hope, you will never betray me. Bai Yen squinted her eyes again to hide the ray of light flashing underneath. Yen Yen, I won't hurt you. I would never hurt her. Mo Li Shang looks up with those clean crystal eyes to vow at the heavens. Then let's go, I still have to find Deetsang. If there was still the contract, then she might be able to find her husband using that connection, but that's not possible now. It's gone, meaning she needed to do this the old-fashioned way. Bai Yan sighed inwardly at how challenging this mission was being. Nevertheless, escaping the nightmare was already a fortunate event. As long as she's out of there, then anything else was fine. Okay. With a bright smile, he came over to Bai Yan's side and hooked his arms around the ladies. Yen, I will protect you. Bai Yan couldn't stay serious under the lad's friendliness and admitted defeat. It is enough for you to stay behind me, I can solve any problem that shows up. No, I can protect you. Mo Li Shang's tone became stubborn and doesn't relent. Since I said I can protect you, I will definitely do it. Seeing that he was so persistent, Bai Yan did not say anything more and turned back to the view up ahead. Deetsang, wait for me, I will definitely find you. Unlike the other domains, there was nothing but barren wasteland in sight. For a long time, Bai Yan and Mo Li Shang didn't see anyone. Not a human, not an animal, nothing, only a boring tasteless desert. But even so, Bai Yan did not dare to take it lightly. Deetsang had encountered enough danger to break their connection, meaning there must be something incredibly powerful lurking about. Nightmare 10, Hell Realm. In a large expanse of a forest stood an ancient manor. It's airtight and difficult to spot from a distance unless one knew its location beforehand. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean there are no people around. Right at this very moment, a certain young girl wearing a tight yellow dress was acting all nervous before the stone door. Milady, the master said no one is allowed to enter the stone chamber here, we should go back, okay? The maid accompanying the milady was antsy and cowardly because their actions were already breaking the rules. The world says the man hidden inside this stone chamber is someone brought back by my Shifu, that's why I want to confirm it for myself. He must be exceptional to cause my Shifu to be so infatuated with him. The girl took in a deep breath before gently pressing down at a switch. With a squeak, the doors swung open and out came a breath of cold stale air, causing both lady and maid to shiver due to the low temp. But curiosity always wins out when it matches against a maiden's fear. Lifting her feet, both of them stepped through to find a man lying on a bed. At just one glance, she now understood why her Shifu would go through such lengths for a man. As the young miss of the Hell Domain, the only disciple of her Shifu, she's seen countless men in her times. However, there's not a single male existence that could compare to this individual. His skin was smoother and more delicate than a woman's, and his red lips were crimson red like blood, and his shape was seductively demonic. There's no way she wouldn't be enamored by a godly specimen of this caliber. Xiaoying, I finally understand why Shifu hid this man inside the chamber. There's no comparison at all, none at all. But why is he unconscious? The girl pursed her lips as she obsessively eyed the unconscious man. Such a glorious man, if only I could have him for myself. Too bad he's Shifu's target, I won't have a chance. Miss, let's get out of here already. If your Shifu the monarch finds us, the maid's expression grew more anxious as she kept glancing back to the entrance behind themselves. No need to hurry, I just want another glance, just another glance and I will leave. Despite her words, the girl's gaze never left the man's. In fact, her hand had started to move against the guy's face. Shocked, the maid stomped her feet and cried, Miss, you must not touch this man, otherwise the monarch. But that plea was falling on deaf ears by this point. Right as the girl's fingertip was about to make contact, a blast of heavy pressure blew out and shook the naughty lady's soul. Out of reflex, she jerked backward out of fear. What's going on? The girl made a stunned face, eyeing the unconscious man with disbelief and panic. Nightmare 11, why? Why is he able to resist my touch when he's obviously not awake? The girl bit her lips tightly in resentment. This man, what in the world is he? Miss, we need to leave. If the monarch finds out then she will be furious. The maid's expression became more and more anxious as she pleaded again. The girl finally got dragged away by her maid after much struggle. Despite this, the reluctance in those eyes could not be dismissed. It's so strong that merely being able to watch that slumbering Prince Charming was enough to satisfy her desire. However, right at the last second where both of them were about to step out of the stone chamber, the sleeping prince lying there motionlessly abruptly twitched. Next it was the eyes shooting open. What kind of eyes is that? It's as if all things under the heavens were within his grasp. Hello, my name is Moxin Yen, you were brought here by my Shifu, what is your name? The girl tried to appear harmless by making a bright and innocent face. Rubbing his temple tightly, the man's actions were halted after hearing that voice as he turned to look over. Her breath nearly stopped in astonishment. She had never imagined there would be such a perfect set of eyes. It's enough to seduce and suck her soul out into him. Scram! The man's red lips moved only so slightly, yet the voice was intense and overpowering. Surprised and taken aback, she promptly took several steps backward. Speaking with an aggrieved and wronged voice, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why are you so fierce to me? If you are unwell then tell me, I can call for the healers to come see." The man didn't respond to her. Instead, he had gradually stopped pressing his temple with that hand and lowered it. In light of this simple gesture, it was so flawless that she couldn't gather her wits to process this great picture. Immediately, a thumping sound filled that heart due to the swirling emotions. "Why don't you talk?" Moxin Yen continues to press for a word after being ignored. "You haven't told me your name yet." "I am called Moxin Yen, you can call me Yenner if you like." "Yenner?" "SSSCZZ." A sharp pain cuts down at the man's temple and causes him to jerk reflexively. There's nothing in his memory, as if someone wiped it all away and left him with only a blank sheet of paper. Yenner? He desperately tried to recall the past out of instinct, but the more he thought about it, the worse that throbbing pain became. It's as if someone was chiseling away at his head. Moxin Yen rejoiced inside over her name being repeated. "Sir, if you like, you can keep calling me Yenner from now on." The man's eyes changed from the initial daze to a type of gloom. Smiling menacingly with a cold frosted light, "You don't deserve the name Yenner." Bang! Without a signal, the man flew from the bed and raised a hurricane in the chamber, which sent Moxin Yen to the ground due to how abrupt this blast was. It left the lady staring up in amazement at the direction of where the man escaped to. "It's over." The maid was even more stunned. She remained at the doorway so she wasn't as affected. Nevertheless, the desperation and horror were all over that face. The man left the secret chamber. "If the monarch finds out then we are doomed." Nightmare 12, the maid was about to cry. The young lady was the monarch's only disciple, meaning the other girl wouldn't be hurt, but she herself wasn't so fortunate. Execution would be the least of her worries. Moxin Yen bit her lip tightly as that body shook with tremor. Why did he act so fierce at me? Did I do something wrong? Miss. The maid gets all teary and red in the eye. "It's useless for you to think about him anymore now, we should be thinking about how we're going to explain this to the monarch." Moxin Yen did not speak, for her calm heart had long been ruffled up. If this man hadn't woken up then that's one thing. "I don't want to fight with my Shifu for a man either, but I can't anymore. The second I met his eyes. I've fallen for him, completely fallen for him. Xiaoying, I didn't know what it was like to fall in love before I met him." Moxin Yen slowly stood up from the ground, her pretty face stained with a bittersweet flavor. "But after this encounter, I learned that some people only need a glance to understand the meaning of love. Even if it's only as a concubine, I'm willing to be his." Unfortunately, a woman as strong as Shifu would never agree to this arrangement. "But what else am I supposed to do? My heart is moved, there's no turning back anymore." "You don't have to worry, I will explain this to Shifu so she doesn't punish you." Moxin Yen looked back to her maid and smiled brightly. Moreover, have you forgotten, this piece of the world is all under Shifu's control. He can't escape Shifu's grasp, so we won't be blamed too much. She may say that, but disobeying the monarch's order of not entering the stone chamber was by virtue a crime punishable by death. Even if that won't happen, it's undoubtedly going to infuriate the monarch. Xiaofan also pulled herself up from the ground and made a thin white line with those lips. After all, what else was she supposed to say? She's merely a lowly maid, so her life was in the hands of this lady and her Shifu. After a long while of this awkwardness, it was the lady who spoke to break it. Let's go, we need to inform my Shifu and ask for forgiveness. Outside the old manor was a sizable expansive forest. The moonlit greenery was quite gloomy, and the evening wind gave it an uncanny feeling to those new to the area. Yenner. Yenner. Where are you? The silver-haired man grasped his head tightly, desperately trying to recall the vague face hiding within his head. It's so close yet so far from his reach. Little girl, my heart is dead without you, and only with you will my life be with purpose. The man's hand involuntarily moved down from the head and touched the chest where his heart lied. He couldn't feel the heartbeat, only the cold bristling air that was blowing through this evening where he felt so lonely and without purpose. Even if I can't remember anything, nor know how you look like, but I will find you even if it takes me to the end of this world. The man's red lips curved into that iconic grin of confidence. He's evil yet seductive, the stunning demon king of old. Ancient manor. A woman wearing a pearl-white dress quickly passed through the corridors here until she arrived outside her own study room. Here, Moxin Yen had already been waiting. When their eyes met, the latter was obviously flustered and recoiled back a step under that compelling aura. Woman in white, 1, Shifu. Shifu, Moxin Yan's voice was trembling as those teeths clattered. Xin Yan, the woman in white sounded cold and chilling, those eyes piercing as she could see through the young lady. Have you been inside the stone chamber? Moxin Yan's body shook harder as she leaned in close to the door behind her back. Shifu, I just wanted to see what that man is like. I didn't think he would escape. Really Shifu, you have to believe me. The girl's face was full of urgency as tears slowly trickled down those cheeks. Bang! Without mercy, the woman in white raised a hand and slapped the student across the face, thus sending Moxin Yen flying into the study room and breaking the door as a result. There were traces of blood showing at the corner of her mouth due to this impact. The young lady never expected her teacher to be so ruthless and hit her like this. At most a stern lecture. I said so before that no one is allowed inside that chamber. Did you not understand my words or something? The face of the woman in white stares down with a threatening gleam. Hurrying to pull herself into a kneeling posture, Moxin Yen didn't dare to act out and began slamming her head against the floor in a begging motion. Please Shifu, I know my fault, I will never do it again. Please forgive me this one time. Unmerciful as ever, the woman in white reached down and grabbed the lady by the neck and lifted her up into the air like a doll. She's squeezing hard so Moxin Yan's complexion has turned red due to the suffocating choke. Xin Yan, do you think you can do anything you please just because I'm fond of you? The cruel woman smirks like an evil villain and cackles a bit. Don't forget how you came to be. I took you in as a child because I found your talent worth my time. If you dare betray me, then I won't just let you die. Shuddering uncontrollably due to the intense fear in her veins, Moxin Yen wanted to plead her case but found it difficult to say anything. The squeeze was making it impossible for her throat to utter a sound. Also, I know you've seen him, so lose that idea. He's not someone you can match. If you dare to have any ideas and I find out, the woman in white sneered into the student's eye, I believe I don't need to tell you about the consequences. Bang! Throwing the student like a ragged doll, she casually took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her palm like it was nothing. Coughing hard upon breathing again, Moxin Yen crawled up to her Shifu and got into a prostrating position. She didn't even dare to raise that head at this point. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't say anything about wanting to become that man's concubine, otherwise, Shifu would surely kill me. Shifu, I will never disobey you again. The young lady says, lowering her back even further until her figure was almost into a turtle shape. However, this also hid the cold gleam in Mo Xin Yan's eyes from view. If you are obedient, then you are still my good disciple. Therefore, I will continue to spoil you, but if you disobey my orders again, don't blame me for not being kind. After hearing this, Mo Xin Yan's body shuddered some more but knew she was safe now. In the Hell Realm, her Shifu was the supreme authority holding the power of life and death. No one dares to disobey this woman, no one. Woman in white, too, she thought she was different, but apparently, she had forgotten the truth. A dog would always remain a dog. If not for her Shifu picking this dog up from the street, Mo Xin Yan would be nothing. No power, no influence, no ability to do anything in life. In essence, whatever the lady in white decides, she must comply if she wishes for this life to continue. Go down. The woman in white waved her hand dismissively and spoke in a cold voice. In addition, you are not allowed to approach him in the future, do you understand? Mo Xin Yan knew who the man her Shifu was referring to. Though unwilling, she nevertheless lowered her head and complied, yes, Shifu. After saying this, she slowly pulled herself up from the cold hard ground and retreated from the room with resentment. Monarch, when alone, an old man hidden in the shadows gradually surfaced and respectfully arched his fist. Do you need me to bring him back by sending my men out? Yes. The woman in white played with her hair like a love-struck maiden. I couldn't have him before, but now that he's in my territory, I won't let him get away again. No one can have him aside from me. It was not easy to make him lose his memory, but no matter, he won't escape my grasp. Sooner or later, I will be wed to him, and he will fall madly in love with me. The woman in white raised her head, those beautiful eyes firm and radiant with hope. Hell Realm. Inside the hellish desert, the scorching sun bakes the whole world underneath its sight like a boiler room. As it so happens, Bai Yan and Mo Lishang were currently traversing this dastardly terrain. Shang, take this pill. It will help with the heat. Bai Yan took out a bottle and poured what remained inside the container for the lad and herself. Immediately, their fatigue vanished in a puff and replenished their energy. Yen, if you are tired, I can carry you. Mo Lishang walked over to Bai Yan's weathered body and crouched down to offer his hand. Despite being very thin himself, the teenager appears unusually big and strong, which brought a smile to Bai Yan's face. I'm not a child, you know. It's okay, I can walk on my own. Come, we should keep moving, I'm really worried about Ditsang. Forming a bittersweet smile, Mo Lishang didn't want to refute her request. Yen, if you are tired then be sure to tell me. There's no need to be polite with me. I don't have many friends in this world aside from you and Piggy. Aside from you too, there's no other. With a blank face, she looks up at the teenager's smile. His eyes were like pearls, shining brilliantly without pollution. Then, out of reflex, she wanted to pat his head. I am really fine, let's continue. Blocking her eyes from the glare of the sun with her hand, she continues to walk forward for the other end of the desert. Maybe the environment in the Hell Realm was too harsh, but Bai Yan and her companion did not meet a single person or animal during the entire stretch of their journey. With the roasting atmosphere behind them, Bai Yan gives her forehead a quick wipe with the handkerchief to remove the sweat. However, she had noticed the teen next to herself lacking in this department and threw a clean one over. Woman in white, 3, remember to toss the handkerchief after you're done. She has a phobia for cleanliness, and she doesn't like to share things with other men except for Ditsang. Even if the said item was a handkerchief, that's no different. If Yen don't need this anymore, can I keep it instead? Mo Lishang held the red fabric with glowing eyes. No, you must toss it afterward. Bai Yan's tone was unwavering and non-negotiable. making a somewhat aggrieved-looking face. Why? Because Emperor Tsang doesn't like other men to take in my things, even handkerchiefs. Because Di Tsang didn't like it, of course. Bai Yan's eyes were heavy as those lips evoked a bitterness in the mouth at the recollection. When did Di Tsang have such a significant impact on my decisions? Mo Lishang was stunned. Staring intensely into the woman's eye, the young man suddenly bellows out a laugh. I understand then and will respect your wish. But I am very envious of him to be able to make Yen care so much about his opinion. When you meet a woman you like in the future, you won't need to be envious. Bai Yan also fell into a laughing fit. In her mind, she's also finding this situation hilarious because it's so unlike her to be concerned about a man's opinion. Showing a blank face, Mo Lishang sounded doubtful. A woman I like? Will I really meet a woman like that? Of course, you silly. Enough, we've spent so much time here already, so let's keep moving. I can see a small town up ahead, let's rest there for a while before continuing our journey. I also want to inquire some news from the locals if possible. After saying this, Bai Yan didn't wait and began walking again. Unlike the rest of the domain where it's like hell itself, this town was bustling with life. Restaurants, teahouses, all the works with plenty of customers. Bai Yan and Mo Lishang had taken a seat in one of these teahouses since it's the most likely establishment to gain information. Hey, did you hear about the incident that occurred at the monarch's residence? It's then a gossiping voice pulled the demon queen's attention. Looking over to that direction, she could see a man clad in green armor clamoring wildly at his audience. What incident? We know the monarch has sent out a lot of people for something, but no one knows what exactly. The one saying this was a big burly man who had a long scar running down his face. Ho ho, this is something I overheard by accident as well. The man clad with green armor grins cheekily. The monarch is married, did you all know that? Married? The sound of the whole tea house instantly evaporated, leaving the whole crowd popping their eyes in surprise. The monarch is married? The woman that is regarded as the goddess of this world is married? Who knows how many men would be dropping down and crying if this news is passed out. The news of the monarch's marriage isn't made public yet, but I do know something special. You know, the husband, the lucky guy, he's currently missing. The green-armored man continues to explain with a cocky grin. Why did the monarch's husband disappear? What exactly happened? Our location is too remote, so I guess none of you heard anything. But according to the rumors from the city, it's a woman who seduced the husband. Woman in white, well, if that's the case, the woman is really a shameless vixen. Our monarch believes in one wife, one husband. As a result, many of us have changed our ways towards that thinking as well. If there is a third party, they will always be regarded as a family-ruining slut. The consequences are dire. I know, right? There are so many sluts out there that it's despicable. I really don't understand that guy. The monarch is so outstanding, what idiot would want to sneak a bite when they already have such a wonderful wife? Maybe it's because the monarch is too overwhelming? Perhaps that guy is too useless that he felt ashamed and needed to flex his muscle on another female. We all know how amazing the monarch is. Perhaps he just couldn't handle being dominated and being on the bottom of the bed. The voices of the crowd were slightly different in their views, but one thing's for certain, they all regarded the monarch of this domain highly. Even if the information was nothing but a rumor, they still believed it wholeheartedly. Yen, do you want to go check out some other place? Mo Lishang groans in boredom at the lack of information they wanted. I estimate we won't be getting any more from these people at this rate. Bai Yan didn't reply and stared at the arguing crowd. For some reason, she's got this sensation that she's missing something here. In this domain, there are very few individuals who can harm Di Tsang. I have a feeling my husband's disappearance is somehow related to this monarch, or at the very least, related to those who work under this woman. After spelling out her theory, Bai Yan tossed a couple of silver on the table and pulled the young lad away. But Yen, do you know where the monarch's residence is? Mo Li Shang stood under the beaming sun and asked. Getting awkward, Bai Yan muses over this issue for a good while. She didn't think about that earlier, so this left her in a dilemma. However, it's then a voice from the side that caused her to jerk in surprise. You two want to go to the monarch manor? Squinting her eyes into a slit over that sentence, she slowly turned towards the source and found a young lad with an unhealthy shade of white on his skin. You know where the monarch manor is? Though abrupt, Bai Yan suddenly forms a marvelous smile like they're good friends. Lady, the monarch's residence is a big secret in the Hell domain. We've all seen the monarch before, but few know where she lives. The unhealthy young guy chuckles creepily that would turn off any female. Then staring down Bai Yan like he sees a prize, however, I do know someone from the monarch's residence. If lady is willing to accompany me for a night, I promise to take you there. How about it? Woman in white, 5, everyone knew that the monarch was magnificent, but the woman before himself was no loser either. That's right, in the eye of this pompous and idiotic man trying to hit on Bai Yan, she was no more than a prostitute that he could sleep with by dangling carrot. Sadly for this depleted guy, his customary bullying around town was coming to an end today. His family wouldn't be able to protect him like in the past. Bai Yan forked her finger at the man in a welcoming gesture, her eyes flirtatious and seductive. Come over here, and then we'll talk, good sir. Lady, does that mean a yes? Rubbing his hands together like a womanizer, the guy didn't think twice and gingerly stepped forward with drool leaking from that mouth. Suddenly, within 2 feet of each other, Bai Yan raised her leg and directly kicked the guy between the crotch. A deathly wail howled into the air as a result of the damage. White and soul-wrenching, the guy squatted down on the spot and groaned in utter regret. He didn't understand what was going on, nor could he think of the reasoning for this. Slut, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? No one dares to touch me here. After a good minute of excruciating pain in his balls, the guy finally throws this out through gritted teeth. Bai Yan ignored the young man's threat and kicked at his balls again, causing the guy to squirm in agony while the onlooking crowd flinched in horror. Make no mistake, the majority of the people watching are men, and any male could easily tell another their balls are the greatest weakness of a man. It's shocking to them that a beauty like this one would be so vicious. This woman, isn't she too cruel? That is the only son of the Mei household. If she ruins his manhood, that family won't let her go. Oh, he could have flirted with anyone, yet he chose Yan Yan. Mo Li Shang was rather enjoying this moment as he watched the other guy with sympathetic eyes. He expected as much from the demon queen and he's not disappointed. Slut. Climbing up with great difficulty, the young man stared Bai Yan dead in the eye. My father won't let you get away with this. Pa. Without mercy, the demon queen grabs the guy by the collar and slaps him across the face. Showing a cold glow in her eyes, Bai Yan's voice was cold and harsh. I will ask you only once, how do we get to the monarch's estate? Pay. The young man spat a mouthful of blood to the ground. I said so before, you only needed to accompany me for one night. Now, even if you sacrifice your life, I will still not tell you. When these last words were uttered, the young man's expression didn't back down and grew more fierce in his attitude. Won't say. Bai Yan sneered and slapped him harder in the face again. Beaten to the point of his mind going blank, the pervert suddenly regretted his own decision of coming out today without an entourage. This was not his own wish, of course. He had been locked at home by his parents due to the heinous acts from before, hence the reason why he snuck out. But who could have guessed the moment he came out would be his own undoing? Slut, I dare you hit me again and see what will happen. The young guy shouts angrily after seeing the smirk on the woman's face. Since this is your request, then I will satisfy you. Slap. 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 Bai Yan's hand was merciless. In no time at all, countless hits were thrown down. Woman in white, 6, the young man's face had swollen into a pig's head by this point, leaving it difficult to recognize his original appearance. In fact, several of those teeth were gone, knocked out from the brutal ass slapping. "I'll give you another chance. Where is the monarch's estate?" The cold glow in Bai Yan's eyes flickered, and her voice was unnervingly calm. Groaning further and mumbling incoherent words due to the swollen face, the guy finally realizes he's in trouble now. Shuddering, he didn't dare meet the demon queen's gaze. But before a word could be uttered, another kick came down again and stomped onto his chest. "Since you are so tough, then I will grant your wish." This time, Bai Yan did not give him another chance to speak anymore and hammered down a storm at the poor guy's face. "Forget about swollen anymore, it's downright bloody and purple." "Woo-woo, I'll say," he eagerly volunteers himself like an animal after getting a hiatus from the tiny break. "Go east and you will find a forest. It's there that the monarch's estate is located." "I don't know any more than that." He almost cried out in sobbing tears. If the guy had known Bai Yan to be so violent, he wouldn't have coveted after her beauty. Though difficult to make out, the words were nevertheless enough for the demon queen to make out. Raising a finger to lift the guy's chin so he looks upward, "You didn't lie to me?" "No. No," the youth no longer had the stubbornness he had before, but instead carried panic in those eyes. He knew that this woman would surely beat him to death if he didn't say anything. "Very good, but if I find out you're deceiving me, then I will make sure you die a death of rotting from the inside out." Bai Yan shot another cold menacing glance at the young guy before turning around. Her every strike was thumping against the pervert's ear like she's some sort of grim reaper. "Come Shang, we're leaving." Mo Li Shang nodded and didn't hesitate in leaving. However, he also didn't forget to shoot a glance backward. It's just that, instead of the kind and innocent look he always showed to Bai Yan, his eyes were glowing weirdly with some dark sheen. Yen, do you think his words are true?" he asks after catching up. "It should be true," said Bai Yan with a raised eyebrow. "I can't see any deception in those eyes he made. But if he is deceiving me, I won't let him go for sure." Once they were out of town. Yen, I need to go do my business." Mo Li Shang suddenly stopped and said this with a red face. Though frowning at the interruption, Bai Yan sighs and nods, "Then go quickly around the bush, I won't look." "No," Mo Li Shang's young handsome face had become a cherry pink. "I need to find an outhouse, otherwise, I can't go. Wait for me Yen, I will be back soon." Without looking back for fear of the woman rejecting his request, he quickly ran in the opposite direction to head back into town. Back in the Mei household, the chief was entertaining some guests when his son was carried back in his deplorable state. "Edge. Who is it? Who injured you this badly?" He rushed over in haste to help his son. He's furious, livid, even to the point where veins were popping out. Without ado, the story of what occurred on the street were explained in detail by the one who carried the young guy home. Mo Li Shang acts. 1. My son is indeed wrong in hitting on her, but she's too vicious to use such a heavy-handed approach. The chief of the Mei house clenched his fists tightly and yelled in a loud voice, "Someone come, send my son Edge back to his room, and invite Master Mei Luo over to treat him. I will personally go settle the score with that woman who dares to hurt my boy." As a father, there's no way this chief wouldn't know the crap his son has done and would do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have locked Edge inside the estate. But even so, such a beating was too harsh in his opinion. A little more, and his son would lose his life. "Who are you looking for to settle the score?" Then suddenly, a voice came from the front and in came a young lad with a fair yet baby face. No one would take this matchup as dangerous. In fact, it's like a harmless animal that wants a cuddle. "Who are you? What is the intention in coming to my Mei house?" Yet, it's this exact person who gave the chief an incredibly dangerous feeling. "The woman you're going to settle the score with," the teenager chuckles grimly, "is my friend, so what do you think I'm here for?" "You," Chief Mei's eyes widened in shock. Somehow, A surge of panic swirled out from his heart at the teenager's voice. It's so innocent sounding, yet the undertone felt more threatening than anything he's confronted in this life. You're here to avenge her? Chief Mei grits his teeth and attempts to stop that trembling body. She wasn't hurt in any way, rather it's my son who is injured. But aren't you going to look for her? How can I let you do that when I'm her friend? So. This town no longer needs a Mei house. After saying this, the teenager slowly raised his hand and materialized a burst of red flames that instantly encircled the entire estate. Nothing could leave or enter at this point. You want to destroy my Mei house? Chief Mei was furious. His son only said a few dirty words, he didn't even attempt to hurt the other party. How can someone be this unreasonable? Of course I do. There is no need for threats to exist, and you are a threat to her. Mo Lishang raised his chin high, those eyes looking down in contempt at the crumbled figure of the chief who was shaking uncontrollably. However, I will say this so you can move on without resentment. A child's fault lies in their parents' teaching. You did not educate your son well, which caused this disaster to occur in your household. Even if me and Yen Yen didn't come today, it would just be a matter of time before he offends another. By then, your Mei house would be destroyed regardless. Chief Mei's complexion first turned white, then to green in utter rage. Are you not afraid of retribution from the heavens? Mo Lishang's smile grew even broader. I am doing justice, justice for eliminating evil. If there is a heaven, it won't punish me, only reward me. Moreover, it's worth it if it means going against the heavens for her. He gives a final glance around the estate which has been engulfed in the fire by this point. Not only were the buildings burning, the people here were also crying as the fire caught onto their clothes due to the intensity. Taking this all in and understanding his work was done, Mo Lishang's figure disappears like a fluff of wind, leaving no traces of his presence ever being here. Chief Mei understood now after seeing this abrupt departure. The initial anger has been eclipsed by despair. There's nothing left. The burning of his home, the massacre of his people, they're all finished, and he too would be killed before long. Mo Lishang acts, too, you finish your business? Bai Yan raised her brows and smiled at the young lad. Mo Lishang nodded after coming before the Demon Queen, I'm done using the outhouse. Yen Yen, we can go now. Bai Yan's gaze swept over the teenager's face, but she didn't say anything, nor did she ask anything. Her gaze looked at the sky not far away, and her eyes narrowed slightly. No matter how sinister this hell realm is, she will find him. Life and death are inseparable. Shifu, inside the monarch's manor, Moxin Yen carefully came before the woman in white and spoke softly, have you found him? Huh? The ruler of this domain eventually sets her sight on the student. What, don't tell me you are really interested in him now. Are you that eager to see him again? Moxin Yan's face instantly got white. No, I didn't. I'm just worried about you, Shifu. After all, you do like him so much. What if we can't find him? Wouldn't that make you sad, Shifu? The woman in white didn't hide her frosted glint in those eyes over that comment. If you know I like him, then why did you go see him in the first place? Xin Yen, you know my character. I will never share a man with another. So, he can only be mine, understand? Moxin Yen lowered her head in compliance, but the sadness in her heart could not be ignored. Sadly, this student also knew her Shifu's attitude towards sharing men. There's no way that could happen unless one side dies. Shifu, I understand. Moxin Yen pursed her young lips. By the way, after that man woke up, he kept shouting the name Yenner. She did not dare to tell her Shifu that it was her who took the initiative to introduce herself. Yenner? The woman in white tightly furrowed her brows before loosening it again after a minute. Sneering her mouth into a snarl, you don't have to care about this matter, you just need to know that he is my husband. Yenner? If I'm not wrong, the only thing that could make him remember was that woman. But this time, I won't let her succeed. Di Tsang is going to be mine. Go down now, and you don't have to inquire about him anymore. When he returns, you stay away from him." The woman in white stared at her student and said it with a heavy emphasis on the last sentence. She's very serious and left no other way to interpret it. You should understand what I hate the most. I hope you won't become one of those husband-stealing womans, otherwise. I won't know what I will do to you then. Moxin Yen was shocked as she lowered her head in fear. Meekly replying, "Shifu, I would never dare, nor have I ever thought that way. My mistake before is only out of curiosity, please do not think further about this subject." Now that's a blatant lie. Moxin Yan's heart was aching so much when she uttered those words that her face had slipped. Thankfully that head was lowered, otherwise the woman would surely pick up on the change. Mo Lishang Acts 3, if there's nothing else then go down. The woman in white obviously didn't want to say more to Moxin Yen and dismissed her. Moxin Yen could definitely hear the impatience within her Shifu's voice, so it frightened the girl. Opening her mouth, she wanted to speak up but found her throat croaking. "Yes, Shifu." Giving one last defeated look, she turns away after realizing it's pointless. Ah! Just as Moxin Yen was walking out to the backyard while kicking a stone, a troubled figure fell down in front of her from the tree up ahead. Naturally startled by the sudden entrance, the girl quickly takes a few steps back to gain some distance. She was confused initially, but that emotion promptly turned to anger as she shouted at the perpetrator, "It's you again. How many times have I said not to appear before me, you dumb thing? Also, what are you even doing here?" She really didn't know why her Shifu would take such a stupid woman as an adopted daughter. Thankfully this dumb woman wasn't favored by the monarch, otherwise Moxin Yan's mood would be dreadful and feel threatened. "Sister Xin Yen, this is for you." The girl smiled goofily and offered a peach blossom with her hands. "She's dirty in both the face and clothes, a stark contrast to the other lady's clean attire. Flowers for you, it fits you." Bang! Moxin Yen directly slaps the peach blossom away in one swipe, causing the flower to drop to the ground in tatters. This instantly made the other side cry out and weep, which was justly expected when your kind gesture was slapped away without warning. "I said so before, do not appear before me. Which part of that do you not understand? Look at yourself, all dirty and filthy, which part of you look like a lady of the monarch manner?" Anger continues to swell up from Moxin Yan's eyes. "If it weren't for Shifu's insistence on keeping you around, everyone would have kicked you out long ago so as not to embarrass us." The poor girl who's being verbally abused looked so wronged and aggrieved right now. She didn't understand why Moxin Yen would be so angry when she didn't do anything. Pulling at the sleeve, she kept muttering an apology, "Sister Xin Yen, please don't be angry at me. I know I'm wrong, can you forgive me?" Not only did this pitiful appearance not quench the fire inside, Moxin Yan's anger only grew more to the point she's ready to erupt. Then thinking of something sinister, she drops her usual kind and innocent facade to say something cruel. "Let go of me, I don't want to see you." Shoving the other girl away, she didn't feel an ounce of remorse from her own actions because it caused the victim to scrape the hand and cause it to bleed. "Sister Xin Yen, can you tell me what I did wrong? I only wanted to pick some flowers for you, I didn't mean to make you angry." Growling now, Moxin Yen didn't hear a single word and walked over before leaning down to earshot. She's full of malice in her voice. "You want to know what you did wrong? Alright, I'll tell you. The fact that you're alive is what's wrong. You should be dead. You being alive is the biggest mistake." The poor girl widens her eyes into a dull look as the tears trickled down without effort. That remark was too hurtful no matter how lacking she was in the intellect department. Mo Lishang Acts 4, Moxin Yen, what are you doing? Just as the cruel lady withdrew her head, an indifferent voice came from behind, startled her greatly. Stiff and rigid, she promptly came up with a scheme and reached out to help the other dirty girl up. "Sister Heart, are you all right? You need to be more careful, otherwise you will fall down again when picking those flowers." Heart did not understand this abrupt change in attitude, so her face was left in a daze. Even so, she still accepted the gesture with her dirty hands. Naturally, Moxian Yen felt disgusted at being dirted by the grime, but she forced the displeasure down and continued to smile as she turned to face the monarch. "Shifu, how did you get here?" "Just now Sister Heart accidentally fell from the tree here, so I ran over to help." She spat out her tongue like an innocent good lady, an absolute contrast to the sinister self mere moments ago. "Heart?" The woman in white's gaze fell onto Heart's dirty figure. "Are you Heart?" Heart timidly took a couple of steps back under that stare. Then, speaking in a cautious voice to answer, That brought a momentary trance to the monarch's mind. So Heart have already grown so big. When I brought her out from that time-diluted space, she was still a baby, and now she's already a teenager. No one knows this, but in reality, this Heart was in fact the monarch's biological daughter. The woman in white had been hurt when her confession failed. Out of depression, she got drunk and spent a night in the back mountain with that person, hence the creation of Heart. Since she never loved this child to begin with, the monarch did a cruel thing. Despite the child being her own, she tossed the baby into a time-frozen space of the domain. If she hadn't inadvertently passed through that area 10 years ago, Heart would still be in there frozen in time. To top things off on the list of being a cruel mother, Heart's mental level seems to have been damaged by spending so long in stasis. Her mind never grows, remaining at the level of a child. For that defect, the kind of love a lady of this house deserves never got rewarded and was forgotten until today. "How did you become like this?" The monarch sees the state of her daughter and asks with a faint softening of the heart. Her voice wasn't sharp either, since this was her own child after all. Moxian Yen tensed up right there and then after hearing her Shifu's concerned words. Out of panic, she promptly spoke up to hide the mean things she's done over the years to Heart. For example, ordering the servants to ignore Heart and leave her to her own demise. "Shifu, I feel Sister Heart's condition is getting more and more serious. Whenever the maids tried to help her dress, she would always struggle and turn herself into this state. Why don't we call for a healer to examine her health?" Mo Li Shang Acts 5, is that so? The woman in white just stared at Moxian Yen. It is not necessary to call someone. It's enough to let her live out the rest of her life like this. However, you need to have the maids pay closer attention. Don't let her fall into this filthy state again. After all, this girl wasn't born from her and Di Tsang, so it's no wonder she wouldn't care about the child. Shame though, the girl's birth father would never know of Heart's existence if this continues. "Yes, Shifu." Moxian Yen proudly raised the corner of her lips into a smirk. She's pleased to know her Shifu doesn't care about Heart like always, meaning she could be more brazen in the future with her bullying. The woman in white paused when she walked by Heart's side, that voice turning softer as she commented, "Go back and freshen up as well. Do not stay at the front and stay in the backyard. If others see you, then it will be an inconvenience." Heart murmurs like a timid rabbit, her head hanging low and not daring to look up at her own mother. Although she wasn't the brightest head around, she could still hear and understand everything, including the disgust in her mother's voice. "Don't worry, Shifu, I will take good care of Sister Heart. I won't let anything bad happen to her and make sure she's well taken care of." Moxian Yen smiled beautifully and said this from behind. That made the monarch stop in her footstep again. She could hear the meaning behind her student's tone, but in the end, the woman in white continued onward and abandoned her own flesh and blood in the rear. As soon as they were alone again, Moxian Yan's expression instantly sank and returned to her ferocious self. "I didn't expect Shifu to remember you still after ignoring you for so many years. But don't get cocky. She is my Shifu, not yours, understand?" Heart dully raised her head, not understanding the sudden change in attitude. Did I do something wrong again? But I'll miss her too. She bit her lips in grievance and tried to defend her actions. Over the years, her mother had never come to see her, but that doesn't mean Heart never went to see the monarch. Though she's afraid, it doesn't change the longing for a mother. Moxin Yen growled and reached over to pinch that arm, thus causing Heart to tear up from the pain. What are you missing my Shifu for? You are just a dumb lass without any purpose to your own existence. Shifu will not pay a single second of attention to you. If you dare appear before her again, then don't blame me for getting rough. I'm warning you, I won't hold back if I catch you. Moxin Yan's angry glare was intense and threatening. Shrinking back into her timid form, Heart didn't dare to look up like before and grew quiet. Also, you are not allowed to tell others on how I treat you. Moxin Yen narrows her eyes into a cold slit like a snake, otherwise, you know what will happen then. I will not only beat you, I will drive you out of the estate so you can never appear before us again. You better behave yourself if you want to stay. Heart's body trembled a few times as she spoke with a shaky voice, Sister Xin Yen. I'll be good, please don't kick me out. Looking at the girl's panicked face, the vile girl finally smiled in satisfaction after getting her way. Mo Li Shang Acts 6, as long as you listen to me then I won't kick you out. On the contrary, if you go against me then no one will tolerate you. Moxin Yen finally turned and walked in the other direction, expression replaced by the innocent and kind facade she always used in public. The Monarch Manor lay at the heart of the endless forest. As per its name, it's endless with no indication of when the forestry would stop, nor does one know where the danger lurks from within. However, people are living in this region despite the risk. Right outside the forest's edge, there was a settlement called Endless City. Compared with the town just now, this place was bustling with life at every corner. At this moment, above the walls of the city gate, there are notices plastered along the surface. The painting on the notice depicted a handsome man of incredible magnitude, thus causing the readers to whisper and gossip. Yen, this is Ditsang. Mo Li Shang got surprised by the picture and hurriedly dragged Bai Yen over to see. Naturally the demon queen's face darkened into a grim look as the storm brewed within those eyes. Che, turns out the monarch's husband is like this, a candy boy that only knows how to use his face to win a woman's heart. Why not? If you have a face like that, I'm sure the monarch will favor you too. But I have to say, the lad got some nerve, eloping with another woman when he's already married. By the way, how did you get word of the guy being the monarch's husband? As far as I know, the Monarch Manor has never announced this yet. You sure this guy is her husband? The entire Endless City is already talking about this topic. How can it be false? Besides, have you ever seen the monarch go to such lengths for a man? If he isn't her husband then what else can it be? Mo Li Shang ripped one of the notices from the wall and eyed the wording for any clue. However, the murderous aura oozing out from the rear had swiftly broken his focus. Yen, are you okay? He asks with a note of worry. Inhaling deeply to calm her rage, Bai Yen slowly formed a smirk at the audacity of these people. So that husband of the monarch's is Ditsang? It looks like another self-centered woman who only knows how to steal another woman's husband. I've seen enough to know what's going on by this point. It looks like I won't need to head into the endless forest anymore. Shang, let's go. Bai Yen turns away after giving another glance at the poster. Mo Li Shang didn't object and followed along. He doesn't know why, but his companion's aura made him quite nervous and antsy despite not being the target of her ire. From what I know about Ditsang, he can't possibly marry another woman. I know, Bai Yen dismisses the notion with a nod, and I also understand that no one can force my husband to do anything if he's unwilling to. Mo Li Shang was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Yen to trust that man so much. Encounter 1, Yen, where are we going to find Ditsang now? Mo Li Shang groaned and asked. We wait. Bai Yen narrowed her eyes in to reveal a cold glint from within. News will come if those people do find Ditsang. There is bound to be a sensation at the Endless City, and by then we only need to follow those people. And, she pauses to look up to the sky, I lost contact with Ditsang's after our bond shattered. The cause must be related to that monarch. She dares to hurt my husband, then she is going to pay the price. I'll accompany you. Mo Lishang's expression was firm and unwavering. Whatever she's going to do, he'll stay with her. Let's find a place to rest and then we'll search for more clues. Bai Yan's gaze lands on an inn not far away. Let's go. Sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun envelopes the entire valley here, giving it a calm and tranquil sensation for the man sitting next to the ancient tree. His face was incredibly seductive under that shining luster. Yenner, suddenly, he shot his eyes open and rubbed that temple in pain. I still can't remember. I can't think of anything. How could I have forgotten her? She is the love of my life. The man slowly stood up and staggered forward using the tree trunk as support. I can't remember you, but I know. I will definitely find you. Even if it takes me to the end of the world, I will find you through heaven and hell. As long as he could meet her again, Ditsang was confident he could remember everything. Therefore, he won't give up on the search. The man's footsteps moved with weight in them, going deeper and deeper into this valley until that figure disappeared from view. Bai Yen had been recuperating her energy inside the room when a noisy sound from the first floor caught her attention. Here comes the monarch. It really is the monarch. She's finally visiting the city again. Hey, do you think the monarch is more beautiful again? I can't get it past me, but she's absolutely dazzling today. I guess someone must have found the whereabouts of her husband. That's why she's out and about. Arg, don't mention it to me. Just thinking about that scumbag is making my mood foul. Such a wonderful woman like our monarch deserves better. Why is the world so unfair? Monarch? Bai Yen narrowed her eyes into a slit as she got up from the bed. Then walking over to the window, she peered out to the street where everything was occurring. There are countless maids dressed in an emerald green color following a single woman. This woman in white was of course the monarch in question, and her aura was beautiful and graceful to look at with the minor defect of being too cold on the face. But even so, there are no lacking of men screaming in joy at her entry. Encounter, too, it's unsure if Monarch Willow had sensed something, but the woman stopped and fixed her sight on the inn's open window. Their gazes met and caused a strange and uncomfortable stir within the monarch's heart. Monarch, what happened? One of the maids saw her mistress's strangeness and asked from one side. Flickering with coldness in those eyes, Willow withdrew her gaze and dismissed the discomfort. It's nothing. Let's keep walking. I don't know if it's my delusion, but why do I find that woman familiar? It can't be. Is she here? Willow's expression instantly got ugly over that idea. No, it can't be her. There's no way that woman can come to the Hell Domain. If she really did, she would have died under the obstacles I set beforehand. Yes, I'm just overthinking this. It's impossible. Inhaling deeply to calm her nerve, Willow casts one final glance at the window to find it already closed with the curtain. Yen. Bai Yen had just withdrawn her gaze from the street when a knocking hit her door. Following another glance at the window, she turns and decides to open the door instead. Once unlocked, she got welcomed by the expected baby face of the young teen standing at the doorway. What's the matter, Shang? I just wanted to see you. Mo Li Shang's smile gradually grew more significant as his pupils landed on the open window behind the demon queen. Yen, I just saw the monarch of the Hell Domain outside. I think she already knows where Ditsang is. Bai Yen slightly narrowed her eyes. Shang is likely correct. That monarch wouldn't have left her abode unless there's news about Ditsang. However, it will become too obvious if we follow her too tightly. Once discovered, things will only get more complicated. I know, it's fine, we will wait here for now. No matter what happens, it will spread to the city. Afterward, we only need to go to Ditsang. Bai Yan smiled shallowly. In addition, I want to ask you to keep a close eye on the situation of this endless city. Once there is movement, come tell me. Okay. Mo Lishang didn't resist the idea and happily obliged the request. I will tell you the second I learn of anything new, so don't worry, nothing will escape my ear. Bai Yan didn't doubt her friend's ability and lazily stretched her arms with a yawn. Then I'll leave things to you while I rest. Mo Lishang seems to have something else he wanted to speak about but stopped right there. In his mind, that could wait if the demon queen needs to sleep. And as an attentive friend, he made sure to close the door behind himself when he went back downstairs. Mo Lishang, I hope you really won't betray me. Bai Yan stood inside the room in silence as she gazed at the closed door. She was deliberating whether to enact some insurance on this plan since she knew the teen was hiding something from herself. In the end, she jumped out of the window and onto the street for where Willow had gone. Encounter 3. Inside a secluded valley, Willow and her confidants were standing atop an enormous boulder awaiting news from the scouts. Are you sure that someone has seen Ditsang in this place? A beautiful maid stepped forward slowly spoke, Monarch, that person said he couldn't be wrong. He saw Ditsang walk into this valley with his own eyes. Good. Monarch Willow narrowed her eyes in and snickered a sneer, no matter where you go Ditsang, I will have you. I wasn't able to have your heart in the past, but not anymore. This time around, you are mine and mine alone. She had already made Ditsang lose all his memories, so it's just a matter of time before she gets her way. Go in separate directions to find him. No one is allowed to disturb him upon discovery. Immediately return and inform me. Although he doesn't remember, his strength remains and none of you are his opponent. Willow's expression remains cold and harsh, but there's an undeniable delight in those eyes. This was a precaution the monarch had to take. During their first encounter, she only made the Demon King unconscious after she trapped him. If the situation were anything else, she wouldn't hold a candle against that man. Yes, monarch. The maids exchanged an understanding look between themselves and scattered. Xiao Yun, am I not beautiful enough? She murmurs and asks her confidant. The maid known as Xiao Yun stood at a respectful distance and bowed her head. Monarch, your beauty is second to none in the domain. How can you think otherwise? Willow smiled bitterly and tickled her lips sarcastically. Then why won't he ever look at me? 10,000 years ago it was the same, he won't even greet me when I'm the only one near him. Do you know why I despise men with multiple wives? Xiao Yun the maid didn't disturb her mistress, only standing there quietly to listen to the story. Because, that man once said he will only marry one woman in his life. Willow gently lowered her eyes to let the gloom hover overhead. Back then, my father wanted to marry me to him. Originally I disagreed and didn't want to, but my heart fell for him in the end. Then raising her head to meet the open sky, a range of old memories and emotions resurfaced due to the experience from 10,000 years ago. In those days, us females were nothing but objects used by the opposite sex to vent their sexual desires. We were tools, and I was no different. My father wanted to marry me to a man I never met or liked, but I resisted and failed. Then I finally met him on that fateful day. One glance, that's all it took for my heart to fall for him. Encounter 5. Hate you? Chewy God, why should I hate you? I have no love for you, so why would there be hate? Instead, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found Ditsang and achieved the positive results we did. The man's stoic body stiffened into a rigid block. He would rather not hear that if possible. Hate meant they still had some sort of connection. Without that, what else did he have left? Nothing, that's what. There's nothing left for him. Bitterness spread from within Chewy God's mouth, leaving him pained and hurt to the depths of his heart. Yenner, if I hadn't given up on you for the world, would you have become my wife? No, Bai Yen spelled this out in no uncertain terms to squash that idea. I would never have married you. Before, I was dependent on you and nothing more. That's not love. Love is what Ditsang and I have. He gave me happiness. He gave me his all. That is why I chose him. We share our all and nothing less. Showing a faint smile, Chui God expected this, but that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt. I thought as much. You asked me before on why Chui Feng looked so similar to me, did you not? I can tell you. Bai Yen narrowed her eyes and locked onto that fairy-like face with a blank expression. So it's true, he's related to you? Yes, said the man with a shallow smile that brought a breeze to those who saw him. He is the person I cultivated with my essence and soul. I couldn't leave the celestial realm at the time, so I sent him into the reincarnation cycle to find you. Unfortunately, I can never compare to him despite being his creator. That's right. His clone could stand by Bai Yan's side while he couldn't do at their lowest. In that respect, Chui God was more of a failure than anyone in this world. Bai Yen clenched her fists into a ball as her breathing grew heavy. Then I want to ask another question. If no one helps Yifeng, will anything happen to his body? Nothing will happen. Chui God shakes his head indifferently. He is a complete person with his own thoughts. He may have been a clone of me from the beginning, but that's not true anymore. Whatever he does is his own choice, that's the result of him being reincarnated. However, part of my character remains with him, that is why he is destined to live his life alone. Bai Yan's heart shuddered over what the guy meant. Then closing her eyes, a tinge of pain swirled within the demon queen's heart. Yifeng is doomed to live a life of solitude? Why is fate so unfair? You're in pain? Chui God didn't miss the change in her demeanor. Chui Feng is right, he and I. We're not the same. Not only did he make a different choice, his position in your heart. I am far worse than him. You will at least feel hurt when he's in trouble. At the end of the day, he not only lost to Ditsang, but also to another clone he himself created. Bai Yen lowered her head as the sadness gripped her soul. He originally didn't need to carry so much baggage. It was you who created him and gave him hope at a new life, yet it's also you who doomed him to a life of solitude. Indifferent and undazed, Chui God didn't show any guilt. This is his destiny. Encounter 6, Fate? Bai Yen sneered as she squinted her eyes slightly. Chui God, he only has such a fate because of your doing. Even if you were the one who created him, it doesn't give you the right to decide his future. He has a soul of his own. He's different from you. Because of your selfishness in parting half of your love over, he's now in a situation where he cannot find love. It's unfair to him. Startled by the outrage, Chui God became quiet when facing that cold and lecturing voice. Moreover, your feelings are nothing more than baggage to me. I don't need them. A viciousness filled Bai Yan's voice. From now on, do not follow me anymore, I don't want to see you. Do not follow me anymore, I don't want to see you. Those words were piercing, stabbing him in the heart like swords against a billboard. For a while, that stoic and enchanting figure of his appeared so lonely that it hurt. So that's it. What's there to hate if she never had any attachment left for me to begin with? Chui God did not directly slay Azure Dragon and the other 3 sacred beasts in the past, but they did die because he participated in that war. Therefore, it's no wonder she would treat him this way. I still remember the first time I met you in this life. Xiaofan was lying in a pool of his own blood, and you were pleading to me to save him along with breaking the bond you and Ditsang shared. Chui God's indifferent expression fell into a trance like he's longing for the past again. At that time, I thought I would still have a chance as long as you didn't know anything. The second time we met, I helped Xiaofan recover and you hugged me excitedly for it. He faintly forms a smile that carries a hint of bittersweet flavor. That hug was what I waited for through the ages. But I forgot. As long as you set foot into the celestial realm, you are bound to remember everything. In the end, I will still not be able to stand by your side. If in a previous life I chose you instead of the world, you would have been my wife for sure. Di Tsang wouldn't have had the chance, and you wouldn't have recognized your heart for him. Like a fairy, Chu-yi God slowly stepped towards Bai Yan, his white hair fluttering against the breeze to give him a picturesque image. Yenner, I really want to be selfish just this once and snatch you away with these hands. But I also know you will never fall in love with me. I can't bear to hurt you. He raises his hand to gently stroke the woman's head. This gesture was something he often did a millennium ago. Back then, the young little girl often smiled at him and snuggled that head in his arms like a docile kitty looking for comfort. But now, seeing that his hand was about to touch her hair, Bai Yan subconsciously turned away and dodged the gesture. For a long time, Chu-yi Gods froze there, his hand hanging in the air like a lost soul unsure of what to do. In the end, he sighed and dropped his foolish act. Yenner, all I hope for is your happiness now, that's all I need. Bai Yan smiled over that remark, but her smile wasn't for him. As long as Di Tsang is by my side then I will be very happy. Chu-yi God's thin lips stammered for a response, however, he couldn't come up with a good reply to that sentence. In the end, he changes the topic because it hurts. I came to you this time because I have something to warn you about, be careful of that Mo Li Shang. His indifferent voice drifted like the wind into Bai Yan's ears, which caused the demon queen to furrow her brow slightly. Di Tsang's whereabout, 1, you probably also noticed the problem with that guy, otherwise, you wouldn't have come out alone without him. Chu-yi God's gaze fell on Bai Yan's body, his voice sounding indifferent as usual but with frustration in the undertone. It's my business and it has nothing to do with you. Bai Yan took all her attention back and waved the warning off. The man felt hurt at being dismissed like a stranger. Yenner, do I not even have the qualifications to be a friend anymore? If I didn't remember anything, perhaps. I won't do this. Bai Yan's eyes contained a cold glow. Chu-yi God, that nightmarish loop I experienced allowed me to remember everything. Although I don't hate you, but how do you expect me to forgive you? How do you expect me to forgive you? Chu-yi God's heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife into multiple pieces, causing him to wrinkle up that face into a frown. He was just about to continue saying something when Bai Yan shuts him down by turning away. I don't have anything left to say to you. Don't appear before me again in this life. You go your way and I go my way. I hope we never meet again. After throwing down these words, Bai Yan's figure immediately flew off in pursuit of Monarch Willow. Depressing and hollow, the man stood alone under the wilting tree as the dead leaves blew around in the background. He couldn't move, not after that last sentence he's just heard. The valley here had a lot of fog, giving it a surreal atmosphere that one would expect of an area untouched by humanity. Right now, Di Tsang's body was sitting up against a tree while he made a pained face due to the missing memory in his head. He's trying so hard to remember, but all that came of his efforts were the fleeting contour of a beautiful face that he couldn't make out. Aside from that, there's only a stinging pain rubbing against his temple. Are you okay? It's then a delicate voice came from the front and caused the Demon King to wrinkle his face. Mo Xian Yan's heart got filled with joy after finding Di Tsang in this spot. She's overheard her Shifu coming here with news of this man and came of her own volition. Just that, the girl never expected to be so lucky and hit the jackpot. See? Despite forgetting everything, you still remember the name Yenner, and as it so happens, I am also called Yenner by those close to me. This is fate, do you understand? There are so many people looking for you right now, yet it's I who found you. That means something. Mo Xian Yan's demeanor had transformed into an innocent maiden that had just met her crush. Scram.